In just a few hours' time, England's Lionesses are hoping to knock out Nigeria in their last 16 tie of the Women's World Cup. Stay across 5 Live for build-up to the match. England go into the game with full confidence following that 6-1 win against China last week.
Here is Ella Toone, ball in, looking for Bethany England, cleared away by China. Comes to Chloe Kelly, who whips it across, almost falls for Coombs, does fall on the far side for Rachel Daly. She gets England 6th, and they are through emphatically.
We want to hear a bit more of that today, don't we? If they win the match, they'll book their spot in the quarterfinals and will be one step closer to maybe winning the tournament. Vicky Sparks will be commentating on the game for 5 Live in Brisbane. Let's be honest here, Vicky. We don't want to start talking about this too much, but the Lionesses have a great chance, don't they, winning this World Cup with the US going out now. Would you say they're favourites?
I think they are many, many people's favourites, and I think with good reason. We have to say they only really hit the heights in terms of performance with that 6-1 victory over China in their final group stage match. They'd won their previous group stage games by a 0-0, weren't convincing against Haiti, were slightly better at Denmark, but Serena Wiedmann tweaked the system to a back 3 and it paid dividends, and that's one of the big questions today. Will she stick with that question? The other is, will Keira Walsh start? She's back in team training, which is such good news. She's such an influential player, the midfielder for England, and there were real fears when she would stretch it off in their second game against Denmark that she might have suffered a serious knee injury and would miss at least the rest of the tournament and perhaps several months, but that's not the case. She's back in team training, and Wiedmann told us yesterday that if she recovers well from that session that they had yesterday, she will be available. But yeah, fascinating matchup this, and as you say, the draw has opened up for England. They are the form team in the tournament. We've had some huge shocks. The USA going out, goodness me, they've never failed to reach the semi-finals of a World Cup before, but they've been poor at this tournament and they paid the price.
They did indeed. Let's bring in Tim Crow, sports marketing consultant, 30 years in the business, specialising in global events, including the World Cups. What would it mean for the women's game if they were to win the World Cup? We don't want to get too carried away. We know they've been shocked and Nigeria's going to be tough, but this is a huge moment, isn't it? We had the Euros, but this will be so much bigger.
Yeah, I mean, this would definitely take them to a new level if they do well in the World Cup. I won't say the word, but do really well. And the fact is that there's, I think, now an expectation around them as well.
Go on, tell us in terms of sponsorship, how much difference could it make in terms of the amount of money that would come into the women's game here?
I won't talk about an amount of money, but I'll sort of talk about effects. I think, what we're seeing is now that the Lionesses, for example, are one of the hottest properties in British sport generally, and I think that would take them to an even higher level there. We're seeing brands from all business sectors wanting to get involved with women's football, and that's driving up competition for sponsorship and therefore prices, and that will increase. So you will basically just see a very, very marked trend continuing of competition going up and therefore price going up.
Tim, thank you very much indeed for that. Rachel, your kids play football, don't they?
Fern and Rose do, yes.
Yeah, they do. Are they excited
football.
About this? You're going to be watching the match with them when you get home from
When
this?
we finish here, I'm going to go home and hopefully catch the second half with them. So, yes.
What would it mean to them, do you think, if England were to win the World Cup here?
I think I would hope they would love it, but they'll be excited either way just to watch it. And I think to have to see women's football doing so well is wonderful. Compared with what it was like when I was growing up, I think just to have there's still a long way for it to go, yes, but isn't it amazing the progress that it's making?
It is on the pitch. We need more progress off the pitch, don't we, when it comes to the money that's going into the game. Vicky, last word to you on this. We're going to win, aren't we? I mean, Nigeria, it's been a tournament of shocks, but we're going to win this one.
Do you know what? Serena Wiedmann was very clear yesterday. There is no room for complacency. But yes, England are the favourites, the reigning European champions, of course. Nigeria are the record African champions, but not the reigning champions. They lost in the semi-finals of the Africa Cup of Nations last year. They've got one of the best strikers in world football at the moment, Asisat Oshoala. She plays for Barcelona, formerly of Arsenal and Liverpool. But England have quality all over the pitch. Lauren James has been the star. Let's see what happens.
There's going to be a lot of talk about this this on 5 Live Breakfast very shortly.
We're going to start our build-up, though, to what is a massive game in the Women's World Cup for England's Lionesses. They face Nigeria in the last 16. 8:30 this morning. 5 Live has the commentary. We're going to finish an hour early and kick back and watch the game. Very much looking forward to that.
Absolutely. England, they go into this day full of confidence. They had such a good game against China, but wasn't it Lauren James? What an outstanding performance from her. 6-1 against China, and she was absolutely integral.
Headed back into the area by Lauren James. Russo! 1-0 England! Inside the opening 4 minutes! Into the area goes Lauren Hempen. It's a second goal for England. Set up by a beautiful pass from Lauren James. It's played to the edge of the area where James will drive it in. Oh, what a goal! Once again from Lauren James. It is just luscious. Carter's delivery over the head of Russo, but James is there! She's done it again! Lauren James! What an outstanding finish! Here go England, Chloe Kelly chasing this. Oh, they missed it in the centre. Chloe Kelly, oh, it's so easy. It is so easy for England's fifth. Here is Ella Toone, ball in, looking for Bethany England, cleared away by China. Comes to Chloe Kelly, whips it across, almost falls for Coombs, does fall on the far side for Rachel Daly. She gets England sixth, and they are through emphatically.
Arsenal's new recruit Alessia Russo got on the score sheet in the China game to score her first goal at a World Cup. I had the pleasure of speaking to Russo. You hear the full interview just before 7. We talked about a lot of different things. And if you think that the players are suffering from the pressure of tournament football, think again. This is what she told me about how she's been preparing since the China game.
Well, yesterday I had a bit of a pamper day. Got my lashes, my eyebrows, my nails done with Toonie, which was nice. And we got a massage as well. And then just been exploring tonight. Me, Zell and Toonie went and watched the sunset. We go out for coffee. We just go and walk on the beach. I think you kind of enjoy those little moments to switch off away from football, but also enjoy the place that we're in.
I love that.
Sounds great.
I mean, that for me is ideal. But I'm wondering who is doing the lashes and the nails, because if obviously it's not your normal person, is it? So you're having to look for someone locally to be able to give you your service that you need and trust them. This is important stuff, Rick.
Hold on, but could you not just go to, I believe they're called lash technicians, aren't they?
Absolutely not. You need to know.
Really?
Yes. You need to know who is doing it for you.
So what are you doing? Are you casing out some lash technicians and looking at their work?
That's it. That's it. They're getting flown over. I don't think so, but
no.
It's important stuff. Really important stuff.
There's got to be some people out there who can do it. No?
Yeah, of course, there will be, absolutely. But it does bring up the question, doesn't it, about looking good, feeling good for anything that you do. It doesn't have to be sport. You turn up, and if you look the part, you feel the part, right?
I think so. I think so. I mean, I think there's been some quite sort of solid research done on this, on how it can change the way that you feel and your attitude and stuff, and make you more successful. So yeah, it'd be quite interested to hear from you guys today about what you do to get yourself ready. If you've got something important coming out, how do you make yourself, feel like you're most presentable? And also, I guess, who's your best lash technician? Let's shout out those lash technicians.
Lash technicians.
85058, or you can leave us a voice note, 08085 909 693. How do you make yourself feel set up and good to go?
Brilliant. Well, the winners of this morning's game, they're going to take on Colombia or Jamaica in the quarterfinals, and the Lionesses will be hoping they don't suffer a similar fate as the USA did yesterday, who are out of the competition. And it was the fashion in how they left this competition, because I think the stage of the semi-final is the stage they've gone out.
Before,
yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, a lot down to the Swedish goalkeeper, who was unbelievable.
Brilliant.
So good.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. 3 or 4 standout saves. And so you're very sort of pleased for her. But then the manner of that winning penalty, I genuinely, have a listen to it.
Her kick saved! Did it go over the goal line? Her kick shot was saved by the keeper, but did it go in? Nairfield, she's clawed it back.
It would have been on the goal line technology.
The technology There's no vibration on the watch. The referee Stephanie Frappart wants confirmation from the VAR. Oh, this is incredible drama. Are Sweden through? They don't know yet. Herking has been told to walk away. It is a goal. It is a penalty. It is all over. Sweden are through to the World Cup quarter-final in the most dramatic of circumstances.
I've never seen, I don't know about you, a close VAR goal line decision.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
Like, I really I freeze framed, paused it, I was studying. I was like, that is, I cannot see any daylight between the line and the ball.
But
they made the decision pretty quickly.
They made the decision quickly, but then I do believe, a genuine belief, if you are a goalkeeper, you know if it's gone past that line. And, you know, she looked confused, but I do the same. Just fake it till you make it. Just
of course.
Genuinely do not look as if you think that was a goal, but it was a goal, Rick. It was a goal, wasn't it?
It was.
It was a goal. Technology says it was a goal.
You do feel for the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
But incredible scenes for Sweden.
It was brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, let's chat to Juliet Farrington. She's at the Brisbane Stadium. Good morning, Juliet.
So many things. I was chuckling away listening to you. First of all, I've been to Terrigal a lot because that's where the England team hotel and that's where they are based in Central Coast. I've not seen any lash technicians at all.
Dear.
But I know that the team hotel is really swanky. I mean, you'd obviously expect the best, wouldn't you? So maybe there is like
an
beauticians within in-house. I'm not saying that they are the England beauticians or they work for the FA, but there is definitely a beauty salon in that hotel.
There you go.
And Serena Wiegmann, in fairness to her, when she gives the players a day off, that's, I think, basically what she wants them to do. Have a day off. Do the things that you would normally do. Go the places where you would normally go to, or if you've never been to one of those places before because you're in a country you don't live in, just go away and do what you want to do to make yourself feel good. And also watching that penalty shootout. We were in a pub yesterday, surprise, doing 5 Live Sport, trying to build up to this match today. But obviously the events in Melbourne were taking over, and that penalty shootout and that goal, and in a pub as well that had, I would say, quite a lot of Swedish fans in it. It was just one of those moments where you were just like, is this really happening? And the penalty misses as well in that shootout. It was a shootout and a half.
It was high
It really
drama.
was.
High
But it's
drama.
another high-ranked team, the favourites, who have gone, which does open that pathway now, without trying to build up the hopes of a nation in England, because there are a few nerves going into this match. This, where we are in Brisbane, this is where England started their tournament against Haiti in that 1-0 win, and that was really cagey. But also, this is the stadium where Nigeria beat Australia as well.
And this
So,
sorry, Juliet, go
on.
No, I was going to say, for Nigeria, for them to beat Australia at home in a stadium like that, it just goes to show they have a level of resolve that England, they cannot be complacent today.
No, they can't. And Nigeria, for whatever they don't have that England have, in terms of that technical ability, they are hard to beat. They have got that physicality, and they are so fast. They are rapid as a team, and that maybe could be the concern for England fans, because it's that question mark, what does Serena Wiegmann do? We've seen now in the group matches those options that she's been playing in those formations, largely due to what happened to Keira Walsh, who is available. If she's come through training okay yesterday, a lot of people think that she has. Or it's whether they play that 3 at the back defensively, or do they go the 4, which would mean Rachel Daly and Lucy Bronze, if those are the players that we're trying to second guess what Serena Wiegmann is going to do. But when they go forward, that's where that may expose England with Nigeria as they attack. So a lot depends on the formations. A lot depends also on Keira Walsh. The rumour is there's a possibility she could start today. Many people think that she will. There are some that think she will start on the bench. But from just under 2 weeks ago in that match against Denmark, and everybody and the reaction and the feeling around that it was another serious knee injury, and then here she is. She's back training with the full England team, and and available for selection if she's come through and recovered okay.
Which is huge, because it gives the team, I'm guessing, a significant level of confidence to have Kira just back on the pitch, back training. But the reality is with this Nigeria team, their counter-attack, that's where you say England just have to be on it. They have to be in a position where they do not fall asleep when the Nigerians are on the counter.
And I know, and I think it also comes down to the fact that because so many nations have now left this World Cup in surprising circumstances, shocks, you could put it, England don't want to be that next high-ranked team to do that. They are many people's favourites now to win this tournament, but because of the manner in the way Nigeria had come through their group, and already it's been a success for them because nobody expected them to get this far into the knockout stages, but here they are. An opportunity presents itself to them, and you were talking about that penalty shootout, and obviously the stadium here in Brisbane is being readied and prepared. We're 2 hours and 12 minutes away from kick-off because the countdown clock's on, but they've also been going through the practicing of penalties on the scoreboards as well that are dotted around, and the last time we looked, England were leading 2-0 on penalties, but of course if you're an England fan you really don't want it to go that far, because the momentum, and England have all that momentum, and they have that belief and they have that confidence, which you will hear from that Alessia Russo interview with Rick later on 5 Live Breakfast. It's the fact that moment they switch off, that momentum could go against them, and when you get to if it goes to a shootout, hopefully it won't, but if it does go all the way, we saw the USA absolutely dominated that game against Sweden, but when it comes to those spot kicks, that all goes out of the window.
No, it's too early for spot kicks, Juliet. We can't do that over here. Spot kicks for breakfast, no way. But thank you so much. We'll be catching up with you a little bit later. And of course, we'll be handing over to you at 8 o'clock. Excitement there as we build up towards England against Nigeria in the last 16 of the Women's World Cup.
England's Lionesses facing Nigeria in Brisbane, hoping for a place in the World Cup quarter-finals. Let's speak to Vicky Sparks again from the 5 Live commentary team. How's it looking out there? Is the stadium starting to fill up, Vicky?
Yes, it is starting to fill up here in Brisbane. I'm just looking out across the red and yellow seats that surround us, and the fans are making their way in. We've already got a couple of England flags being hung out. I can just see 2 fans down to my left in the lowest tier affixing their flag that they brought with them to cheer on the Lionesses. But yes, as we were hearing, Rick, huge for them to have Kira Walsh back, and big Nigeria team news as well. Their star player Asisat Oshiwala is on the bench. Now, they've been managing her fitness after injury, but that is a blow not to have her from the start. Their manager Randy Waldron was asked yesterday, is she available, and he said yes, she's available. She has played in this tournament already, started 2, was used off the bench against Australia, but she picked up an injury with Barcelona towards the end of the season that kept her out of the Champions League final, and he did say after their opener against Canada, Randy Waldron, that he perhaps had played her for a bit too long in that game, so they've been having to manage her fitness. She did start the last match against the Republic of Ireland, but I mean, they've got some good players, Nigeria, but she is the standout one. Had a spell with Arsenal, spell with Liverpool, but has shone at Barcelona. She's the 5-time African Women's Player of the Year, reigning holder of that award as well. And, she clearly, if she comes off the bench, could have a huge impact, but to not have her in from the start, that's a blow for Nigeria.
It's obviously great news for England and great news for Kira Walsh that she's back. But I feel a bit bad for Katie Zellin because she came in and played brilliantly against China.
She did, she was great, and Serena Wiegmann made the point in the press conference yesterday of really praising Katie Zellin. But I think when you look at it on the face of it, it is brilliant to have Walsh back. She is one of the best players in the world, if not the best, in that defensive midfield position. But what they do have, England, as you say, is a player that can come on and do very well, and had a brilliant game against China. So I think it's, to be honest, it's only positive for England. They had a very good replacement for Kira Walsh from the start against China when she was in that 2 with Georgia Stanway, and now they have Walsh back, and it's going to be fascinating.
I am struggling not to get overexcited about Lauren James.
There are so many things you could have said there, because a lot of people are saying, oh, is this England's time now? The draw has opened up. As we've heard, they're many people's favourites to win the World Cup. But yes, let's talk about Lauren James. What an outstanding player. And I think this is just such a joy to those of us who've watched her career over the years. She is still only 21 years of age, but it was clear, from a few years ago that she was a very, very special talent. This is her first major tournament. And I think the question was always, what sort of game time is she going to get? We expected her to be used, but she came on as a substitute in the opener. She started the last couple of games. She's undroppable now, really.
Yeah.
And she's been absolutely fabulous. And the goals she scores, I mean, they are just things of beauty.
Just her
and
finishing,
it's as though she's just
fantastic, isn't it?
That's it. And it's the calmness that she does it with. It's as though she's just popping it in training. Top corner, bottom corner, outside the penalty area. She is in outstanding form at the moment. And this is the Lauren James that when she's on form, she's unplayable.
Do you know, I saw a tweet from Michi Batshuayi to her brother Reece James saying, wow, I think your sister's got a better finishing than me. Do you know? And I think that is something, it's really special, isn't it? When you've got a player like that.
I remember Michi Batshuayi's finishing at Chelsea, to be fair.
Well, there you go then. But to be fair to her, like you say, Vicky, for people that have been watching Lauren James, it is brilliant to see her on the world stage and really shine, because you knew that her time was coming.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, so much credit goes to her. And the question will be, overall as a team, can England build on the momentum that they garnered against China? Because let's not forget, after the first couple of games, there were real questions around England's performances. We know they've had key injuries coming into the tournament. They're without their captain, Leah Williamson. They're without the Golden Boot winner from the Euros and player of the tournament as well, Beth Mead, both because of ACL injuries. So there were those questions coming into this. That they were underwhelming against Haiti. They won by a 1-0. They were better against Denmark, but still won by a 1-0, but it just clicked against China with that formation switch as well. And we expect them to play the three at the back again as well today. So we will see how that develops for England throughout this tournament. Serena Wiegmann was saying yesterday, this is the good thing now, that we've got two systems that we can use in terms of defensively. Of course, they can tweak it further up the pitch as well, but very, very positive feeling around the camp from China in particular. The question now is, how will they continue to build that momentum in terms of performance? Because it only gets harder from here.
Can we talk briefly about yesterday? I've watched a lot of football. You will have watched more football than me, Vicky. I've not seen a penalty shootout end like that before.
Do you know what? I'm going to take you back just 2 years, because I was doing the penalty shootout that was so big for Sweden at the Olympics, in the Olympic final 2 years ago. And honestly, we were watching it in the pub and I couldn't believe it, because that was the same between Canada and Sweden. Miss penalty after miss penalty. The misses got worse and worse and worse.
Very
and you're thinking, these are players. I mean, Megan Rapinoe, Kelly O'Hara. These are not players that don't know how to score a penalty. And it is just what pressure can do to even some of the greatest athletes on the biggest stage. But to see Sweden go through that again 2 years later, but this time they lost that one. They ended up with the silver medal against Canada. But we were all looking at each other in the bar in Brisbane going, what is going on here? Honestly, could not believe it. And then, of course, the VAR check for the penalty that finally did win it for Sweden, and the millimetre and just over the line. And oh, goodness me. But a huge shock. I mean, I think we have to put this into context. The USA have never failed to reach a semi-final at a World Cup before. They've won the competition 4 times, more than any other side. And incidentally, and we're not getting ahead of ourselves here, but I will just say this as a fact, because that's what it is, the only side that Serena Wiegmann has ever lost to in a knockout tournament, or at a knockout tournament, is the USA. She lost in the World Cup final with the Netherlands in 2019, and she lost on penalties in the quarterfinals at Tokyo 2020. I'm just putting that out there. It's just a fact. We're not getting carried away, but there you go. But they've been poor at this tournament, the USA. They finished runners-up in the group. And the irony is as well, the entire knockout stages have been scheduled around, in terms of timings and kickoffs, the American audience, because they all thought that they would go through and win the group. And to be fair, it's good of FIFA to try and work things out for a European audience, as they've done with the likes of England. We're not kicking off at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning UK time. We're kicking off later breakfast time, so you can understand it. But they really did move it for the USA, and now it's over. It's gone.
I mean, you say we're not getting carried away, Vicky. I am getting carried away, and I make no apologies for it.
You can do that, Rick. That's
thank
fine.
you. Looking forward to the commentary. You'll be there with Karen Bardsley. Full commentary right here on 5 Live. Kick-off at 8:30. You can also watch it live on BBC One, but the trick is, if you want to watch it, you go to the red button and then you listen to Vicky and Karen's 5 Live commentary. That is the best way to do it. We've established that.
That is the best way.
7:44. In just over half an hour now, England's Lionesses come head-to-head with Nigeria in the last 16 of the World Cup. 5 Live will have commentary at 8:30. We're handing over to the team in Brisbane shortly. Before that, though, let's hear my interview with Alessia Russo. She scored the opening goal in the game against China, setting the tone for England's 6-1 win. I started by asking how important it was to get that big victory over China.
I think it was really positive, especially with scoring 6 goals again against the top opposition. I think for us, although the first 2 games were 1-0, we're at a World Cup and the competition is so high. So we're just positive in the fact that we got 9 points in our group and that we're in the knockout stages, and we know how tough it is to get there. So yeah, now we're really excited to go against Nigeria.
And just from a personal point of view, scoring the opener against China, getting off the mark at this World Cup, that must have felt good.
Yeah, obviously always nice to get on the score sheet as a striker. I think that, winning is the most important thing, winning and progressing in this tournament. But yeah, it's always nice to score and to get 6 as well, and 3 points and top the group was really nice.
The standard has been fantastic, and games have been really hard to call. There's been loads of surprise results, and so when you looked at the draw ahead of the tournament, you probably would have thought England will get Australia or Canada in the last 16, but you've got Nigeria, and you have to go into it thinking almost like any team can beat any team.
Yeah, and I think you've seen that so far this tournament. No one is an underdog here, which is amazing for women's football to show how far it's come and the level of the game right now. So we'll be really prepared and really ready. And it's knockout football. It means everything. You got to go out there and you can't leave anything behind. So we'll be ready for it.
One player who's having a massive impact is Lauren James. 3 goals, 3 assists. What's it like playing with her?
Yeah, she's a superstar. I've played with Lauren since I was maybe 11 or 12. She used to play up and we used to play at Chelsea together, and I've known since the first day that I trained with her how talented she is. So I'm just really glad that everyone else is seeing it. I think we've all known for a while, but to see her do it on the world stage is just the best, and I'm so proud of her.
Speaking of you when you were younger, I'm sure you've seen that piece that your mum did for the Players Tribune, with the voicemail that she sent you at the start of the World Cup, and how proud she is, how proud your family are, and it's a really, really lovely piece, and I just kind of wondered how you felt when you saw it, heard it.
Yeah, I didn't know about it. It was actually a bit of a surprise that had been organised through my agent and obviously the Players Tribune. And yeah, it was really special. I think obviously my family have been on this huge journey with me, and it makes it mean even more. Ever since I was a young girl, they've been pretty much sacrificing everything to kind of help me make it as far as I can. And to be able to be at a World Cup with them right by my side just makes it even more special.
You've had a week in between games. What are you doing outside of training?
Well, yesterday I had a bit of a pamper day. Got my lashes, my eyebrows, my nails done with Toonie, which was nice. And we got a massage as well. And then just been exploring tonight. Me, Zell and Toonie went and watched the sunset. We go out for coffee. We just go and walk on the beach. I think you kind of enjoy those little moments to switch off away from football, but also enjoy the place that we're in. We're so fortunate that we get to travel with football, and we're in a place that I've never been to before, and I'm absolutely loving Australia. So yeah, it makes things feel a little bit more special when you get to do moments like that.
You mentioned Ella Toone, who's your best mate. You've left Manchester United to go and play for Arsenal. Has she forgiven you yet?
We'll always be best mates, regardless of who we play for. We've been friends since we were 12, 13, and that will never change. So it's really nice that we get to spend even more time together here at this World Cup. So we'll never not be best friends.
That was Alessia Russo chatting to me on Friday ahead of this massive game in the last 16. Nigeria taking on England's Lionesses at 8:30. There was a bit of that interview which didn't make the cut. I mean, I don't make the choices, but there we go. Where we talked about the fact that she, in the little tribute that her mum and family left her, you see her getting her first pair of Predators. And I was like, that was a huge moment when you get your first really sweet pair of football boots. And she was saying she still gets that excitement when she gets a new pair. And now she's sponsored by Adidas, who make the Predators.
Love that.
Lovely.
Really
lovely.
And the thing about her, I think for a lot of people, Alessia Russo last year, her back heel goal was one of the goals of the tournament. Do you remember the Euros?
Yes. It was. I'm saying it was the. Yeah, I mean, it was the best goal of the Euros.
Brilliant. So it just took her somewhere else, and now here she is, about to go into this knockout game of the World Cup.
And as a starter as well.
It's a tricky game.
She was an impact sub before, and we spoke about that as well. And she seems to be coping pretty well with the pressure, and just she's got a pretty level head, and obviously having a nice time. And they very clearly all just really get on.
Yes, and that's the main thing about this team, right? But here's the thing. So I'm married to a British Nigerian man. So, yes. Kept that quiet. 2 minutes to go to the end of the show. And I'm not sure what's going to happen at home. I'm just going to, my kids are watching. He'll be watching.
So who's supporting who then?
Well, I don't know. Obviously, the kids are going to be supporting everyone. I think it's just there for the game. I'm trying to be really, impartial.
That's not what sport's about, Jeanette, and you know it. Who are they supporting?
There's big conflict in the house, so I don't know. We'll be watching with eagerness. That's what I will say.
Just give me an answer.
No,
who's your husband going to support?
I'm not saying.
He's supporting Nigeria, isn't he? That's fair. That's fair. I'm interested in the kids. What are the kids going to do? They're not wearing half and half scarves.
You're in the living room.
Get them out.
Abomination. Poor babies.
Juliet Ferrington is going to be in Brisbane for us and talking us up to the start of the game. Slight bone to pick with you, Juliet.
Really?
Earlier on in the show, a guest said at the end of the interview that he was dreading speaking to me. That's not perfect for me.
Horrible.
And then I remembered that you set up the interview with Alessia Russo on Friday, and as Alessia arrived, you said, Rick's just here, he's going to do the interview, he's a gentleman in the loosest possible sense, is what you said. That was the intro. A gentleman in the loosest possible sense.
You were talking about having egg yolk or something in your beard.
Come on now. Right, see you later. Enjoy the game.
Worried. See you
Bye.
later. Bye. Bye, Jeanette. Anyway, if anyone's going to win in terms of dance moves between England and Nigeria in this round of 16, it will be Nigeria, because they absolutely brought the dance moves when they arrived at the stadium here in Brisbane and made their way into the dressing room. And England, both sets of players are warming up now. The stadium here in Brisbane is filling up. The PA announcement, we've also got the Bring the Moves dance cam in and around, dotted around these red and yellow seats here. We are expecting a big crowd for this round of 16 tie between England and Nigeria, and we're going to get underway after the latest news from Giuliano Cassidy.
From 5 Live Sports,
the FIFA Women's World Cup 2023
with Juliet Ferrington.
England cruise past China to make the last 16, but can they make it into the quarter-final?
England's made history last summer. Can they do so again down under?
What an incredible amount of support. It does actually feel like we're playing in England.
It's Stanway from the spot again for England. Straight run up again, and this time she scores.
Hopefully we get momentum, but also if we don't get momentum, then we're going to play as good as we can.
Daly has it. Plays it forward to Lauren James. Let's fly from the edge of the area. Oh, what a goal! That is absolutely outstanding.
Oh my goodness, it's a fantastic strike from Lauren James.
A draw against China will do it to send England through to the last 16.
If you'd have said to me, we go 2 clean sheets in the opening game and 1-0, I'd have took your hand off for it.
Headed back into the area by Lauren James. Russo!
Alessia Russo, it's nice to see you.
Into the area goes Lauren Hepburn. It's the second goal for England.
You can't take anything for granted. We haven't had any easy game.
James will drive it in. Oh, what a goal! Once again from Lauren James.
This is tournament football. We've seen what's happened in the previous games.
Over the head of Russo, but James is there! She's done it again! Holy cow! Wow, almost falls for Coombs. Does fall on the far side for Rachel Daly. She gets England 6.
Everyone expected Brazil, Canada, Germany to go through. They're not, so let's just focus on Nigeria.
So, hello from Brisbane, where the famous Cacton Street just round the corner has been packed full of Three Lions shirts. Fans making their way down. They've made their way down before. They're still making their way down now. It is that busy here in and around the Brisbane Stadium to see if England can reach the quarterfinals of this World Cup. That has already given us so much so far. Inside the ground, there are plenty of flags draped over the edges of the stadium, around the pitch. Lots of Premier League and WSL club shirts on show as well in the red and yellow seats. The players arrived about 45 minutes ago. Most of them, the England ones, certainly had their hoods up because it's definitely a lot cooler than the last time we played here, England. The 1-0 win against Haiti. Ellie Roebuck was pointing to the skies, asking where the sun is because it is so moody. The clouds are quite dark, they're quite grey. I would say typically British summer weather for this match, typical UK weather. Whilst Nigeria absolutely danced and sung their way into the stadium, they have some moves and we absolutely love them for that. And as I was saying just before in breakfast, if there was a competition for dance moves ahead of this match, Nigeria would win it, absolutely, no doubt. But the big news as far as England is concerned is that Keira Walsh is back, which means she's just missed the one game against China. She replaces Katie Zelem. Some people expected it, some didn't. Vicky Sparks.
Yeah, it's huge for England, isn't it, Jules? Particularly because when she was stretching off against Denmark in their second game of the tournament, we all feared the worst, but the knee injury was nowhere near as serious as we and it seemed that Walsh at the time thought it was. And what good news for England to have one of the best midfielders, if not the best in her position, defensive midfield, back in the starting lineup. So as you say, that's the one change from the China game, which means that we expect England to start with the back three again, which paid such dividends in that final group match. So a quick run through of the teams if you're just joining us. Earps is in goal, back three of Carter, Bright and Greenwood. Ahead of them it's Bronze, Stanway, Walsh and Daly, with Russo and Hemp playing just in front of that star of the moment, Lauren James.
Well, what we do not want this afternoon, our time, and obviously in the morning back home in the UK, is any holy cowing from Karen Bardsley, because it's been, your voice is kind of struggling a little bit, Karen, so we're going to try and look after you as best.
Thanks,
just
Jules.
Don't get too excited.
Oh, it's going to be hard.
It's going to be hard, but do you feel for Katie Zelem?
In a sense, yeah. She did a great job when she came on, but ultimately I think Keira Walsh is so irreplaceable. But yeah, I think, she's a great holding midfielder, Katie Zelem, and she came on and did a fantastic job in terms of the way she distributed, etc., and the way she got involved in the attack. And honestly, that formation just suited everyone on that pitch, and I think it suits the entire England squad, to be fair.
And Anita Asante, who is also joining us for this match. Anita, the formation, it worked against China, it worked so well. It just seems that she's going to stick with that too.
Yeah, and as you said, it was a formation that suited the players. I feel that it brought the best of their attributes. Obviously, Serena had to change in terms of not having Keira Walsh for the China game, needing two defensive midfielders, but now it will allow her to actually get one more midfielder into attack a bit more often, because Keira's so brilliant at build-up play and linking through the defence through to the forward line. So it's exciting to see them line up like this again.
Anita, I don't know what you think about the whole Keira Walsh bad injury, not so bad injury. We don't really know what the injury was as it's turned out, but it's some turnaround, isn't it, for her?
Yeah, it really is. I think on first instance it looked quite serious, and we were all just judging on her reaction and her teammates' reaction. But sometimes the adrenaline and the shock of that initial contact makes it seem much worse than it really is, and once that settles down and a player can sort of recover and just have the staff in terms of the physios help her get back to strength, it's a lot not as bad as it was, which is great obviously for England, because she's just an incredible pivot player for the team, and you see how the team ticks when she's in there.
Well, if you want to get involved, 85058, just give us your thoughts ahead of this match against Nigeria, whether you've got any thoughts on Kira Walsh and her quick recovery as well. Maybe you feel for Katie Zellum too, or you can do it on @5LiveSport. Vicky, were you expecting to see such a quick return? We kind of had a hint that she may well be on the bench and available yesterday when we spoke to Serena Wiegmann, but did you think at all we would get this far with her?
I think it's one of those things that when Wiegmann said yesterday that if she came through the session that she would be available, then yes, if she was fit to start, then it's a question of do you try and ease her back in or do you just go straight in? And I think, you know, she has made more changes than we're used to seeing at this World Cup, Serena Wiegmann. Some of those have been enforced, of course, but I think again she is still a manager that historically through the years has really liked that consistency. And so if you are to see Walsh, if England progress further on in the tournament and regularly starting, as you would expect, as we say, she's an outstanding player, then if she's fit enough, no, it doesn't surprise me that Wiegmann has put her straight back in. But that was always the question, wasn't it? She's available, but is she fit enough to start? Thankfully she is.
Also though, Vicky, with her absence from that China game, that forced Serena Wiegmann into having to make a change that formation, and that performance showed that perhaps that was what was needed.
Which is fascinating, isn't it, Jules? Because when she went off in the Denmark game, Georgia Stanway dropped back and in isolation fulfilled that role essentially, and Laura Coombs came on and played a little bit further up. But when they switched the formation against China, as you say, it was Stanway and Zellum in the centre, almost two for the price of one, to try and replace what Kira Walsh does there. And that's the question, isn't it? That, you know, as journalists we kind of have tried to get the answer out of Serena Wiegmann. You know, would you have done this if Kira Walsh didn't get injured? Now Wiegmann is a manager that really doesn't like to give away anything about her thinking during a tournament in that regard, but I think from the outside, no, she wouldn't. You know, they have never really started with a three at the back in her time in charge. They've used it on occasion in game, and she told Gary Flintoff that they were thinking about it since April, but it's not a formation that she's used from the start with England. And so to try it in the third match at a World Cup, that was surely out of necessity because of what happened with Walsh. But as you say, they look brilliant against China, and it might have been that missing piece that, were it not for the injury, they wouldn't have explored that avenue.
Anita, three at the back would suit England better though against a team like Nigeria, you would suggest, because if Lucy Bronze and Rachel Daly sort of bomb on, then that exposes with the speed that Nigeria do have at the back, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and it will allow Rachel Daly and Lucy Bronze to deal with their fullbacks if they try to create overloads in those wide areas. But most importantly, having three natural centre-backs in Millie Bright, Jess Carter and Alex Greenwood, we have the right balance, players who all understand the role well. Jess Carter has a brilliant relationship with Millie Bright at Chelsea, playing in a similar system. So they know, you know, they understand each other and they have that relationship. And I think you get natural balance as well with Alex Greenwood, with her left foot, the quality of her progressive passing out of the back. Like I said before, it just suits the players and the attributes and allows all of them to play at their strengths.
We're going to talk a little bit more about Alex Greenwood before kick-off here at the Brisbane Stadium, but let's just talk about Nigeria for the time being, because they've been to every World Cup but haven't won a knockout game. Head coach Randy Waldrum says a victory today against the European champions could be transformational.
Well, it would be a huge win. I mean, obviously, I think already with what we've accomplished, it's Nigeria is buzzing again from what I understand. And, you know, I think, as I mentioned several times, I don't think people expected us to get out of the group and to get the results that we've gotten. So I think it's already been a big success. But obviously, if you can not only now have beaten the Olympic gold medalists, but if you can turn around and beat the European champions, then I don't know. It'll be, you know, it would be something extremely special, you know, back home for all the people in Nigeria, and more importantly too for the squad and what they've worked so hard to do. So it certainly could be transformational in a lot of different ways.
We can speak to the Nigerian football writer Oluwashina Okeleji now. Oluwashina, just the impact back home that Randy was talking about of Nigeria so far in this tournament. I guess you cannot understand, you've already beaten the Olympic champions, the impact should you beat England, the European champions, here in Brisbane?
Absolutely. The fans are buzzing, like Randy pointed out. Under his watch, the first 2 years under Randy Wardrum, the team struggled. They had no identity. But what they've managed to do at the World Cup has really turned things around. Randy's won hearts, and people are already buzzing because the national side, the women's side, are the most successful national side in African football. So expectations were high, and under Randy Wardrum in the beginning. But now at the World Cup, many believe they punched above their weight, and beating England would be a massive achievement for the country.
But not so much, you talk about England, you've already, like Canada, you've beaten the hosts here in Brisbane against Australia. So I know you did it in this ground here at Brisbane. Do you think that will help?
Absolutely. Everyone believes England is beatable. The only fixture between both nations at the World Cup, Nigeria lost 3-2. But the fact that they bounced back from that in 1995 to beat England in two friendlies in 2002 and 2004 is giving a whole lot of people confidence that they can actually achieve that. A lot of people were scared about Canada. They were worried about the co-host. But having done that and got into this stage unbeaten, many believe it's quite possible to beat the Lionesses.
What about Randy's relationship? It's a kind of interesting one, isn't it, with your FA over there?
Absolutely. They had a big spat at the start of the tournament. In the build-up to the tournament. Randy Wardrum, because like I said earlier, his result hasn't really been one that they are proud of. And then there's also the issue of money, and was kind of, thought to be a man that is incompetent enough to manage the national side. A lot of people here called him all sort of names. He was insulted. One of the officials of the Nigerian Football Federation actually, labeled him incompetent loudmouth, and that really didn't go down well with Randy Wardrum. But everything has been settled now. They had a quick meeting before the tournament started. Someone apologized. We don't know who. And Randy Wardrum and the FA appears to be on the same page now, and everyone seems to be happy. And wait, the American is delivering, and everyone is excited about that.
Well, that's it, isn't it? I think it was the publicness of the row that was almost unprecedented, because essentially he did a long podcast, didn't he, before the World Cup, where he was complaining about unpaid wages that he said he and his players were owed. He said the Federation were trying to interfere in his squad selection. He said that they told him eventually he couldn't take his assistant coach. And yeah, as you say, those names that he was called, that was the communications director of the Nigerian Football Federation. And I did note that his son Ben posted on social media once they got through to the last 16, congratulations Mr. Blabbermouth, because that's what he'd been called. And it's remarkable when this is all playing out publicly, both from the manager's side doing this hour-long podcast slating the Federation, and then for the communications director to come out and say he's the worst coach that we've had in the history of this team. How did they pull it all back and come together, or was it just a case of Randy and the players? Because I know they were asked about it when they got here, weren't they? And they said, right, we're just focusing on the tournament now. And you think, well, goodness me, I'd hope so.
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with the Nollywood in Nigeria. It's the local movie industry, and the Nigerian Football Federation tends to come up with a funny script at every major tournament, and it's always the talks around money. And Randy Wardrum, to be honest with you, had a huge support in terms of how he opened up himself, how he opened up about the situations, because a lot of people back home understand that the Federation hasn't really been fair to the ladies. They've always treated them with utmost disrespect at every major tournament. They have to protest to get some of their payments, and Randy Wardrum took it upon himself to complain and fight and ask from the Nigerian Football Federation. He had massive support and backings from the local media, who felt like it was about time someone spoke out about the disorganization and chaotic build-up in the league to the World Cup. And so far, everything has been settled. But hey, typical of Nigeria, we enjoy that, we love that, because it actually showed that the Nigerian Football Federation could no longer hide. There's a manager who could call them out on every nonsense and what a lot of people call disorganization of the Federation. Now everything is over. Randy called the players, we understand, and he told them, let them keep talking, let us keep playing. And I think that's what they've done so far. Playing they've been doing, and they are in the round of 16 where no one expected them to. And like I said earlier, they are aiming to become the first African side to win a knockout game, and many in Africa will be cheering for Nigeria to get one over England.
Well, Oluwashinu, we're having the light show right now. We are literally around about 10 minutes away from kickoff. There are camera phones being held up inside the stadium. There are arms being waved from side to side, just very, very quickly. What do you make of your team news?
Well, I think Aziza to Shola, the coach has listened to the fans. Many believe she's not fit enough. She's starting. Actually, Plumter has a lot to prove to Nigeria against England, former England youth international. Everyone is buzzing. This is the lineup Nigerians want to see. And I think England will be in for a shocker if they become complacent against the Super Falcons.
Well, enjoy the game, won't you? And on that note, we will let you go. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Take it easy. We're going to talk about England's defence, Anita. I mean, that was strong stuff. England could be in for a shocker. England conceding just the one goal in this tournament, albeit a penalty against China. We're going to hear from Alex Greenwood, though. I spoke to her yesterday just before we get in that conversation, Anita, and she's been telling me how much she's been enjoying her role in the team.
I don't mind that. Staying on the radar is kind of how I like it. No, my role and my job is whatever that is, whether it was similar to last year coming off the bench or this time around starting more. I'll always prepare and focus the same way. So for me, my role never changes, whether I'm on the pitch or I'm off the pitch. And that's just how I am as a player and person.
But in this position that you're in this World Cup, you are thriving in the game so far.
I'm confident, I'm enjoying football, and I've got a very talented team around me who allow me to express myself, and we give each other confidence to do that. So I think the team's in a very good place and people can shine through that.
Anita, the question I actually put to Alex there when I spoke to her yesterday, I just feel she's one of the most underrated members of the squad. After the group matches, Opta-Joe, I don't know whether you saw it published, a stat that she'd completed 305 passes, the most at that time of any player in this tournament. Yet last year in the Euros, she was just coming off the bench to have that impact.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think she, what she does for the team often gets unrecognised but has massive impact. And she was really unfortunate not to play in the Euros last year, and I think that's because of, all the players were playing well, and sometimes it's just the preference of the manager in terms of the dynamics in relationships on the pitch. But you can see that she's thriving in this side. The system suits her. It allows her to progress the ball in various ways because her distribution is first class, and it's great to see her on the pitch, especially on the left side, because it allows Daly to push up higher as well and do what she does. So yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think she's one of the best centre backs in the world.
But she does like to be under the radar, doesn't she? She doesn't want that attention that perhaps some other players do enjoy.
Yeah, and perhaps that's what allows her to be at her best. I can kind of relate to her a little bit. I was a similar type of player in that regard. I think she shows her composure, her calmness on the ball, out of possession, her timing and her positioning is always so good. And it just allows her to focus on herself and not have any kind of external distractions or even get carried away with some of the attentions. All of those things sometimes can play a part, and being consistent in how you are, I think, probably suits her and works for her.
Well, the teams are in the tunnel. We can see the faces of England and Nigeria, and they are focused, driven faces. Very quickly, Anita, do you think England, as our Nigerian journalist told us, could be in for a shocker?
Well, I hope not. It's going to be a tight match for sure.
I think it will be a tight match. And to talk you through as the teams make their way out into the Brisbane Stadium for this round of 16 tie, England against Nigeria, is Karen Bardsley alongside Vicky Sparks.
Thank you, Jules. Welcome, everyone. So here we go. England, the reigning European champions, and now many people's favourites to win this Women's World Cup after Sweden dumped the USA out yesterday, up against Nigeria, who have shone on the continental stage down the years, but are yet to win a knockout match at a Women's World Cup. It has been a World Cup of shocks. Can England avoid what would be a big one here? The teams are out, we have full commentary coming up for you on BBC Radio 5 Live as the players line up in front of us after the national anthem.
Please rise if you're able for the national anthem of England.
In the dugout. And now for the national anthem of Nigeria.
If you're able for the national anthem of Nigeria.
The cheers under the floodlights here in Brisbane as the skies above us darken and the players go through the traditional pre-match handshake. And as we look around, Karen Bardsley, yes, we can see the green and white of Nigeria dotted in and amongst the crowds around us, but unlike it was in Adelaide where it was really a home crowd for China, again England will feel, as they had in their first two group matches, that this almost feels like a home crowd for the Lionesses here in Brisbane.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great build-up so far. The warm-ups look really smooth and everyone looks on point today for England. But yeah, the support's been here in droves for England.
So the red and white flags we see lining the stands all around us, that lower tier in particular, as England's gather in their pre-match huddle and get ready for their pre-match photograph, playing in the white shirts, the dark blue shorts and the white socks. Nigeria all in bright green for this one. And in terms of the team news, we can see her down there. Keira Walsh is back for England after recovering from her knee injury. That is the one change from the 6-1 thrashing of China that sent England through to the last 16 as group winners with 3 wins from 3 as well. She's in for the Manchester United captain Katie Zelem. In terms of Nigeria, one change as well, and it's a big one. Their star player Asisat Oshoala, the Barcelona striker formerly of Arsenal and Liverpool, has been managing her fitness. She picked up an injury towards the end of the season. They've used her twice from the start, once from the bench, and it's from the bench again. She drops out. Ifeoma Onumonu, who plays in the NWSL for NJNY Gotham FC, so at a high level domestically, comes in. But Oshoala, Karen, she is one of the best players in the game, but that's it, isn't it? In terms of the Nigerian fans, you can have the best striker in the world, but if she's not fit, you can understand why supporters are saying, well, we need somebody who is actually at the top of their fitness rather than a half-fit Asisat Oshoala.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Chiwenonu, like we've seen a lot from the Nigerian front three as well, even without Oshoala. They are very direct, loads of pace. They are more technical than I think people give them credit for. So I do think they will pose a threat specifically in transition tonight.
So we're almost ready to get underway. Lauren James comes to the centre circle and stands over the ball for England. Lauren James, who Karen has been just blossoming at this tournament.
Honestly, she's blown me away, Vicky. Like, she's been just phenomenal to watch. Such a joy, you know. She's really, really enjoying being on the ball, embracing these moments, the creativity, the you know, she's at the edge of the area. She always wants the ball and she's willing to shoot, and she's just embracing this moment.
So here we go then, a place in the quarterfinals of the Women's World Cup at stake. The winner will face Colombia or Jamaica. Will it be England? Will it be Nigeria? The Lionesses, as they have done throughout this tournament, take the knee before kick-off. The message against racism still clear. And Lauren James gets us underway here on BBC Radio 5 Live. You can watch this match on BBC One as well, and if you'd like to, you can sync up the commentary with 5 Live. Just do that on the red button on the BBC iPlayer as Georgia Stanway picks up possession early on for England and wins the free kick midway through the Nigeria half. Stanway, one of 3 England players on a yellow card coming into this match. One more booking for either Stanway, Bronze or Hemp would see them miss a potential quarter-final, but it's just the way she plays, Georgia Stanway, isn't it? She'll have that in the back of her mind, but she can't change her game, which is playing on the edge.
Exactly. I mean, she's become so much more disciplined as this tournament's gone on. She's so much more aware and mature than she was just a year ago, and I don't think that's going to be an issue.
So, early free kick for England midway through the Nigeria half. They have so many set-piece specialists, and Alex Greenwood is the one who's come across to take. Swings the ball left-footed to the edge of the area. Bright, the captain's up there. Nigeria get the header in. It's cleared away over on that right-hand side. And the ball will go out of play for an England throw. They've started brightly, the European champions, up against the record African champions. 9 times they've won the official competition, won it in its previous 2 iterations as well before the tournament really took shape. They're not the reigning African champions. That honour goes to South Africa. They pick it up over on the far side. But in terms of pedigree and also in terms of quality, Karen, you know, this Nigerian side are packed full of it in terms of the number of players that play in the top domestic leagues around the world.
Absolutely. I do think they are going to pose much more of a threat than people expect. You know, they're so direct. They're all incredibly athletic players, and they've got a love and a desire to be out here on the pitch tonight.
So, 2 minutes played. Nigeria have won the ball back and win a throw over on the far side. We can take you through the lineups. In goal for the Lionesses is Mary Earps. Ahead of her it's Jess Carter, Millie Bright and Alex Greenwood. Playing ahead of them is Lucy Bronze, Georgia Stanway, Kira Walsh back from injury, Rachel Daly with Lauren James sitting behind Alessia Russo and Lauren Hemp. Ball goes out of play for another throw to Nigeria over on the far side. They have Chiamaka Nadozie in goal, who is their captain as well. Back 4 of Michelle Alozia, Sinachi Ohale, Blessing Demahin and Ashley Plumpter, who in fact was born in England, former youth international with England as well, played alongside the likes of Chloe Kelly and Alessia Russo at youth level, but qualifies through her granddad for Nigeria. Switched allegiance a couple of years ago. England in possession midway through their own half. Christy Uchebi and Halimatu Ayinde ahead of them in the Nigerian midfield as Russo breaks down the right-hand side. Uchebi is there trying to get a foot in. Russo will drive the ball across, cleared away by Nigeria inside their own penalty area. And up towards Ajibade. England's get the foot in with Millie Bright on the halfway line. So to complete that lineup for Nigeria, Rashinat Ajibade, she's had a very good tournament. Tony Payne and Uchenna Kanu as well, want to watch, supporting Ifeoma Onumonu up front. If you're just joining us, Asisat Oshuala, the Barcelona striker, formerly of Liverpool and Arsenal, only fit enough for the bench for this match for Nigeria. Lucy Bronze with the throw on the right hand side, looking for the run of Lauren Hemp. It's cleared away by Demahin and out for an England throw, but it's been a good start from the Lionesses, Karen Bardsley.
It has. They've been moving possession up the pitch nice and quick, and it looks like they're really targeting this Nigerian left side, with Ashley Plumpter in particular trying to create those overloads.
So long throw from Lucy Bronze into the penalty area, flicked on by Russo, blocked away, and it will be a corner to England. All the pressure is from the Lionesses in these early stages. 4 minutes played on BBC Radio 5 Live, and we're goalless at the Women's World Cup in the last 16. England's with this set piece to take from the near side. And they have so much height in there that can cause Nigeria problems. The likes of Millie Bright, the captain, up from the back. Alessia Russo as well. Lucy Bronze, who's so dangerous. The ball is swung into the far post, looking for Bronze. It's a good tap away by the right hand of Chiamaka Nnadozie, the Nigerian goalkeeper. The ball is out of play over on the far side.
Really well done by Nnadozie there. You could see that England were targeting Lucy Bronze with that back stick, and it was a big right paw to just carry the ball on and out for a throw.
Well, she's had a very good tournament. Nnadozie saved a penalty from Christine Sinclair, one of the most experienced players in world football, in their opening draw with the Olympic champions Canada, as England can't make the most of that throw and the ball goes out of play for a Nigeria goal kick.
I've enjoyed watching Nnadozie over the course of the tournament. I mean, like you said, she made that exquisite save from Canada, and she looks so confident in this tournament.
Nigeria win a throw midway through their own half. As we say, they're not the reigning African champions. However, let's caveat that, because in the semi-final of the Africa Cup of Nations last year, they went down to 9 players and lost on penalties. And as their coach Randy Waldrum says, he felt that was still pretty impressive given what happened in the game, as Nigeria lose possession midway through the England half, and Millie Bright has it just outside the penalty area. Here is Keira Walsh, back after that knee injury where we all feared the worst, but she's back in the side. So good to see her back in this World Cup, and she's in possession.
It's really interesting, Vicky. You can see already the freedom that Keira Walsh being back in the side has given in the Lioness attack, as we see Lauren Hemp collect this in the area.
Down to the corner flag she goes. Good fit in over on the far side, almost dispossesses him. In the end, loses out in the tussle with Osinachi Ohale. Nigeria will have the ball deep in their own territory to play upfield.
But like I said, Keira Walsh allows that Georgia Stanway and Lauren James to get higher, whereas we kind of saw more of a holding position from the two central midfielders against China.
So Nigeria with this throw deep in their own territory. Every single player, Mary Earps, inside the Nigeria half as Jess Carter clears away on the halfway line for England. Part of the side, Carter, as are so many of this starting 11 that won the Euros on that glorious night at Wembley last summer, as the offside flag goes up against England's. Nigeria get a free kick just outside their own penalty area, but they know how to handle pressure, this England side. That's what they had on home soil when they hosted the European Championship. They were one of the favourites going into that tournament. Of course, the expectation of being the home side. And they handled that pressure well. They absorbed it. They turned it into positive momentum. And they made history by winning England's first major trophy. Now it's a different type of pressure, as Rachel Daly clears the ball over the halfway line for England. Lesia Russo misses the header. Nigeria under a bit of pressure, do well. Russo looking to still put the pressure on, but Ashley Plumpter, formerly of Leicester City, clears away for Nigeria, who pick it up on the halfway line. Here is Ajibade with the blue hair, plays the ball down the left-hand side. Good reading of the game by Carter, goes out of play for a Nigeria throw, and that is such a strength of Jess Carter's game, isn't it, Karen? The reading of the play.
Yeah, she anticipates really well, moves into space and uses her body to block any sort of passing lanes or make it really difficult for the Nigerian attackers to get round.
7.5 minutes played, all England so far. But Nnadozie, other than palming away that delivery into the box, hasn't had much to do, the Nigeria goalkeeper. What can Nigeria do from an attacking position? Here is Tony Payne, left-hand side. Ajibade swings the ball into the area. There is the blonde bun, I think as you coined it, of Millie Bright. Clearing the ball away with a thumping header, and now England are 3-on-3 as they race over the halfway line. Nigeria doing well to get the bright green shirts back, and it's all the way back with the Harley just outside her own penalty area. Goalless, giving the ball away. Nigeria almost comes in field to Lauren Hemp, cleared away over on that far side, and England will have a throw.
I think Nigeria are going to have to be really confident in possession and make sure that they find the right, they really are quality in their execution of passes, because Rachel Daly is so keen. She's so front-footed to anticipate, and she was there and nearly really cost Nigeria.
Well, she's going to take this throw. Rachel Daly for England over on the far side. Goalless here on BBC Radio 5 Live. We'll be able to listen to all the reaction from this match on the Football Daily, and do join us at the Monday Night Club as well. 7 o'clock this evening. Steph Alton, former England captain, and the Lionesses' record goal scorer Ellen White will be with us on 5 Live as Ashley Plumpter brings the ball over the halfway line for Nigeria. Nice bit of close control, finds Ajibade, swings the ball into the area. Mary Earps watches it all the way. Well, she wasn't sure there, Earps. Just lost the flight of the ball slightly. One of those where, as a goalkeeper, you wonder if you're going to get caught out by a cross. It looked as though it was going behind, but safety first there. Earps has punched it behind for the corner.
Yeah, you could tell she wasn't sure, but you have to make absolutely certain in this type of game. Could have obviously left it, but didn't get a shout from her teammates either. But that's too easy from Lucy Bronze to allow that cross to come in.
So Tony Payne is over on the far side, preparing to take this for Nigeria. Our referee, Melissa Borjas, is making her way into a very crowded 6-yard area just to make sure that nothing untoward is going on. There's a lot of bodies around Mary Earps there. It's jam-packed in front of England's number 1 as Payne prepares to take this corner kick for Nigeria from the right-hand side. Swung high, headed on, cleared away by Carter, helped on by Lauren James. Good defending in the end by England, they stayed strong.
Yeah, really good recognition from Lauren James to move with the ball and be there in that open space to pick up the second phase, and well cleared.
Out to the left-hand side comes Ashley Plumpter for Nigeria. Best spell this for Nigeria in the game so far against England. We're still goalless here on 5 Live and across Australia on the ABC. Welcome to listeners joining us here down under. As ball goes out of play, the offside flag has gone up anyway against Nigeria, and England will have a free kick. But so far, although England have enjoyed the balance of possession certainly and territory inside the Nigerian half, it's been pretty tight, Karen Bardsley.
Yeah, it's early yet. I mean, as the game goes on, obviously both teams will fatigue, but you can see there's a real desire for both teams to play down this near side here, and Nigeria look like they're really gambling with numbers forward.
Well, they are yet to lose at this World Cup, Nigeria. They kept 2 clean sheets in the group stage as well against Canada, the reigning Olympic champions, and Ireland as well. Ireland getting their first World Cup point in that game on their World Cup debut. Here is Lucy Bronze, midway through the Nigeria half on the right-hand side, plays it back to Millie Bright, who's closed down by Onumonu. England just play around the Nigeria forward, and Jess Carter has it just inside the Nigeria half. Here is Stanray, plays it out to the right-hand side. Lucy Bronze was saying to Stanray, look, I was going for the 1-2 there and you didn't move, so Nigeria can intercept. Here is Ashley Plumpter, plays the ball back towards her own penalty area, putting her teammate Uchibi into a little bit of pressure. England almost win it back, but Plumpter eventually gets the foot on the ball and clears over halfway. Let's bring in Anita Asante, who's also watching this. Anita.
Yeah, so far so good. I think in terms of England's possession, they're just feeling their way into the game, and they'll build and they'll grow from that, trying to catch Nigeria as well in transition when they win the ball back, which is really good. But it's always very tight at the start of the game, and I think Nigeria have also managed to get a corner early on.
And they're coming down the right-hand side with the Chenakanu, one of their dangerous attacking players, edge of the area, trying to take on Alex Greenwood, who does well, blocks the cross in, and it's a Nigeria corner. Karen.
Really well done there by Alex Greenwood. She gets close enough to really make it difficult for Kanu to cut back in, but she changes direction again and makes a phenomenal block with that big right foot from Alex Greenwood.
She's having an outstanding tournament. As Jules mentioned before kick-off, she made more passes than any other player in the group stage, completed more passes I should say, and also line-breaking passes as well, which just shows the danger that Greenwood offers, whether from centre half or left back, as Nigeria swing the corner in. The header cleared away right in front of Mary Earps. It was a decent effort by Michelle Alozie as the ball back towards Earps' goal bounces harmlessly behind, but she had too much space there, Alozie, and it was a powerful header.
It really was. I mean, gosh, she got a big run up as well. She really had no one blocking Alozie's approach to the goal, and relatively free header. But from what I've seen in some of these clips in the build up to this game as well, she's quite comfortable getting forward for her club side.
Yep, she's a regular for Houston Dash in the NWSL, has scored once for them this season. Alessia Russo it was back there defending. The flag stays down and Nigeria come forward once more. It's Onumonu's ball into the area. Poor delivery will take it beyond Kanu and out of play. But again, warning signs for England. Nigeria are starting to hit their stride here.
They are. It's going to be an interesting matchup between Kanu on that far side between Alex Greenwood as well. Looks like a lot of spaces are emerging down those wide areas, and Alex Greenwood was obviously protecting that central area.
England have given the ball away, but the ball into the area is poor from Uchibi. Wasted momentum for Nigeria, and England have the ball back inside their own penalty area. As Mary Earps plays it out to the edge of the box and Alex Greenwood. But Nigeria growing in confidence. As we say, they're unbeaten so far at this Women's World Cup. They beat the co-hosts, Australia, who were missing some big players, notably Sam Kerr for that one, but it was a very impressive performance from Nigeria. They drew with the reigning Olympic champions Canada, and that's a huge game in the women's tournament. It's not a youth tournament as it is in the men's competition. It's taken very, very seriously. A lot of prestige attached to it. As we say, drew with Ireland as well in a match where they knew that a point would see them through to the last 16. They have dominated the continent of Africa, Nigeria, but yet to win a knockout match at a Women's World Cup. They're showing England there will be no pushovers here. 15 minutes gone, goalless between Serena Wiegmann's European champions and Nigeria. England with a throw on this near side, and we have to say, Karen, there is so much positivity about the formation and the performance against China. This so far is a very different game. Are we just seeing the fact that this is knockout football and there's so much at stake here, or is it credit to Nigeria being stronger opposition than China?
I think it's a combination of the two, Vicky. I think in knockout football, like Anita said, you have to really understand the momentum of the game and when to take your moments and when not to. But Nigeria are a completely different side to that China team they faced in the last round.
Here is Alozia, who sent that header straight at Alessia Russo, who's back there defending for England. And the better chances so far, Nigeria. They might get another one here. Important header by Alex Green, but as Payne rushed into the area, can't reach it. They have it on the right-hand side, Nigeria. Lovely bit of skill. Ball is in. Greenwood's there once more. Clears the ball out of the box as Plumcher drives. Oh, what an effort off the bar! On the angle from 20 yards. England living so dangerously as Nigeria still come. The effort on the edge of the box is blocked. Out to the left-hand side, it spins to Ajibade. England hanging on here. Ajibade plays the ball into the area, away by Carter. Plumter will drive again. Earps is just behind it, had to readjust there, Mary Earps. Lucy Bronze then is challenged heavily. Free kick to England inside the area. What an effort from the former England Youth International, Ashley Plumter. Karen Bardsley, I think the crossbar's still rattling.
I think you're right. Absolutely. What a glorious strike. The trajectory was just so clean. She hit it so well. And then the second phase as well. I mean, listen, I feel like this is going to be quite difficult. It looks like the numbers are really getting pushed forward. There's like 5v4 against it in Nigeria's favor, and I think we might have to see some changes here in terms of the tactics from England.
Well, as we said before this match, three at the back is not a system that they have played really at all under Serena Wiegmann. Yes, occasionally in game, but certainly not starting. It was so good against China. It gave England this sparkle that they hadn't had so far at the World Cup. So far, Nigeria have taken control of this game as they win a throw on this near side, midway through the England half. Goalless here on 5 Live.
I don't mean necessarily switching to a back four. It's just kind of, making sure that Lucy Bronze and Rachel Daly understand when and where they can go forward, because they're going to have to do their defending responsibilities this evening.
Onamonu on the stretch, can't keep that in. It will be a throw to England deep inside their own territory. England, who have never failed to get past this stage once they've reached it at a Women's World Cup. To be fair, they've only had 2 last 16 ties before. And the tournament had fewer teams. You go straight through to the quarterfinals, but still, there is expectation on this Lionesses side, not just because of that, but because they're European champions, because so many good teams have already gone out of this tournament. The ball goes out of play for an England throw. Plenty of time to play. We've just played 18 minutes in the first half here on 5 Live, but already Nigeria showing that they will be tough opposition this evening here in Brisbane, this morning with you in the UK. Lauren Hemp tries to latch onto the ball inside the penalty area. It's well defended by Nigeria, and the ball goes out of play. And again, we mentioned those 2 clean sheets in the group stages. That will give Nigeria so much confidence as the ball goes into the penalty area. The throw from Lucy Bronze gets it back from Russo. Here is Bronze. Ajibade is back there trying to marshal her away. So Bronze goes back to Millie Bright, who stepped midway through the Nigeria half. All over the top, looking for the run of Lauren James, but it is easy for Nadozie.
What I'm seeing in front of us here, Vicky, is the fact that Alessia Russo and Lauren Hemp are obviously really, really narrow, which is pinning the centre backs for Nigeria. So a lot of space is being created in behind Ashley Plumter, and England just aren't quite seeing it soon enough.
Nigeria in possession. Good work by Kanu. Well, as I say that, the pass was poor for Alozia. and the ball goes straight out of play. Yes, Ashley Plumpton rattling the woodwork for Nigeria. Currently looking for a club after leaving Leicester this summer. She was born in Leicester, as we say, a former England youth international. And it would have been a fabulous goal as we see another replay, Karen.
Oh, you just love it when it sits up like that as a player and you have a clear line of sight. Alessia Russo kind of was close, but not quite close enough to put her off, clearly.
Here goes Rachel Daly down the left-hand side for England. Goalless here on 5 Live. Good ball to find Lauren Hemp in a bit of space. Plays it out to the left and Lauren James tries to drift in field. It's good defending by Ayinde, one of Nigeria's 2 central midfielders. Lauren Hemp goes over, tries to help out. The foot in is from Kanu. And the ball is out of play for an England throw. But interesting to see what sort of position Lauren James takes up. She was so fluid, wasn't she, against China. Often in the number 10, but coming out wide at times. But evidence that she's popping up on the left wing there, just showing that England aren't getting into the game in the way that they would want to, because she's so effective in that 10 role as England win another throw.
It's that unpredictability that she brings. She just kind of ghosts into half spaces, and I think what she's trying to do is explore, is Nigeria going to follow her? Are those defenders going to follow her? And she did get a lot of joy, obviously, against China in the midfield, but I think she's looking to help Rachel Daly connect 2v1 on the wing, and hopefully that brings Georgia Stanway, Kira Walsh, or even Lauren Hemp into the game.
Former England goalkeeper and World Cup bronze medalist Karen Bardsley here with us on 5 Live. A reminder, you can watch this match on BBC One as well. And via the red button, if you'd like to, you can choose the option with our commentary. Tony Payne under pressure for Nigeria, clears up towards halfway. England win the throw over on the far side. That World Cup bronze medal, the best finish that England have enjoyed at a Women's World Cup. Hopes of going further for the European champions, having made history last summer at Wembley, winning their first major trophy in the women's game. As the ball is over on the far side, here is Alex Greenwood. As Kira Walsh is an option, also Rachel Daly. James is making the move. She goes instead to Hemp, who's taken up that number 10 position for now. Nice footwork by Stanway, just inside the centre circle. Here is Jess Carter, plays it out to the right-hand side as England's advance and then retreats back into their own half. Here is Millie Bright now, squares it to Alex Greenwood. That back three of England just content to knock the ball around between them. So we can bring in Anita Asante, who's also watching. Anita.
Yeah, it seems, Nigeria are already showing some warning shots, using those overloads, which I said would be the risk in this system, the spaces that Lucy Bronze and Daly leave behind them. But on the flip side, that's also the spaces that England can exploit, as Karen Bardsley said earlier. And it's just a moment of time for England to regain a ball and find Lauren James in one of those half spaces. And literally that will just be a moment where she can actually come alive and start creating things. But they need to get a foothold into their rhythm when they have possession.
Midway through the first half, we're goalless here in Brisbane. As Kira Walsh picks it up and turns away from Tony Payne. That's it, as Anita was saying, as Lauren James tries to get on the ball. All she needs is a moment, and she can create a moment of magic. Miscue from Nigeria. Good save by Ndozi. Russo onto that very smartly, driving from 25 yards, and Ndozi was right behind it and has helped up her defence there. Error from Nigeria.
Honestly, Ndozi is a great goalkeeper, but sloppy clearance. Leslie Russo was well on it, but Ndozi is set early, and that makes it so much easier for a goalkeeper to react to make a save.
Nigeria win a free kick on the halfway line. Rashida Ajibade going down. That's it, isn't it? Again, we talk about the level at which these Nigerian players are playing domestically. She's the number 1 for Paris FC, who finished 3rd in the French top flight this season. Actually became the youngest goalkeeper to play 90 minutes in a Women's World Cup match and keep a clean sheet. When she featured at the 2019 edition, she was just 18 years old when she played in the 2-0 win over South Korea. And, we know, Karen, don't we, that goalkeepers tend to make that number 1 position theirs at a later stage. As Nigeria wastes that free kick, Lucy Bronze just arches her back and ducks out the way, and England will have a goal kick. But to do that at 18, mentally as well as physically, that's pretty remarkable.
I think it's really interesting when things happen like that, because at 18, at such a young age, you haven't got any sort of negative experiences as a goalkeeper, and you have so much freedom and almost naivety to play, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Ndozi.
Yeah, she's had a very good tournament so far, as has this woman. Mary Earps clears it up to Lauren James, but has it taken off her toes by Tony Payne. Down the right-hand side she goes for Nigeria. Ball into the area, won't quite come through to Ajibade. Cleared away by Jess Carter, but again, England not looking incredibly convincing when they're defending those balls into the area. The spaces are opening up for Nigeria, who pick the ball back up with Blessing Demahin, and she sends it all the way back to Chiamaka Nnadozie, the goalkeeper, all in bright yellow here in the Brisbane Stadium. The sky is completely dark now above us here in Australia on 5 Live, as Ajibade trying to get past Jess Carter, who stands up well, wins the ball, shields it, can't prevent herself from conceding the throw, but the referee there, seeing that Ajibade was snapping at the heels of Carter, has given a free kick to England deep inside their own half. 0-0.
And again, it's great to see from Jess Carter. At one point, I think because of our position here, it looked like she might have lost that foot race, but she does so well to cut across the body of the Nigerian attacker Ajibade and really slow it down and make it difficult for her to get around her, and ends up drawing the foul.
Well, she is one of 10 players in this starting lineup, Carter, that were part of the Lionesses squad that won the Euros last summer. Lauren James, the only exception to that. This is her first major tournament, and already she has 3 goals. Could have been 4 were it not for an offside against Lucy Bronze against China. But England being made to work in this last 16 tie. England, one of the favourites for the tournament. Many people's clear favourites now, given that the USA, the 4-time champions, were knocked out on penalties yesterday by Sweden. Lucy Bronze plays the ball upfield from that throw. Alessia Russo losing out though. The offside flag is up and Nigeria have a free kick. England are really yet to get into their rhythm here, Karen.
Yeah, it's been an undulating game, I think, so far in terms of, has Keira Walsh been able to kind of get into the rhythm of the game? You have to remember that she's been out for a few days, and it was quite a traumatic way at which she exited the previous game. So, getting her on the ball, getting the confidence back. I think what we need to see is, faster ball speed and more switches of play, because Rachel Daly's on acres of space and Nigeria really struggled to shift.
Here is Georgia Stanway. Good shielding of the ball under pressure from Uchibi. Plays it into the centre circle to Alex Greenwood, and now Walsh sprays it out to the right-hand side, and Bronze England go backwards once again. Serena Wiedmann warned about the transitions from Nigeria as Carter's ball into the area. James went for the spectacular once again, got a deflection, hooked away, and it will be an England corner. But just before they take that, do you think they're worried about the transition here from Nigeria? Because that was something that Wiedmann highlighted
Absolutely.
as a key threat.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you can see that Nigeria is so willing to kind of take that risk and kind of move those numbers forward with the formation that they're playing. They've got the balance in the back.
So Alex Greenwood is over to this near side to take this corner for England. 27 minutes played in the first half here at Brisbane Stadium. It is goalless between the Lionesses and Nigeria. Again, our referee making sure that nothing untoward's going on in the 6-yard box. Minister Borjas. So Greenwood now over this corner kick from the near side. The white shirts are on the move. It's flicked away and saved by Nnadozie on the goal line. Nigeria making a bit of hash of clearing it, but they do get it out of the penalty area eventually. Big chance for England, but again, it's straight at Nnadozie as Greenwood picks it up, tries to take it down to that corner flag. Nigeria with the back heel will clear it off Lucy Bronze, and it goes up for a throw, but that was a big chance for Rachel Daly and England, and again Nnadozie's there.
Huge chance. Great delivery again here. Flicked on and helped on, and Rachel Daly's there just outside the 6 and smashes it into Nnadozie, but it's a good reflex save. She positions herself well, and it's good defending, to be fair, for Nigeria to make the goal as small as possible.
Yeah, it's great technique from Daly. She controls it beautifully as that ball drops out of the air, hits it first time, but couldn't get the angle on it. Straight at Nnadozie. Daly, who has already scored 1 goal at this World Cup, that in the last match against China. She's played as striker, she's played as left back, she's played as left wing back, as she is again today. But the golden boot winner in the WSL with Aston Villa, playing as a forward, we should say, not as a left back. She's got great technique. She showed it there. Couldn't get the angle to beat Nnadozie as that ball forward won't reach Lauren Hemp. And it's easy for Nigeria to watch it out of play for a goal kick. 0-0 here on 5 Live and across Australia on the ABC.
Oh, we are really getting out there, aren't we? No, it's great to see again from, I think Nigeria have played this tie really well so far in terms of how they're managing the switches of play from England. They're getting across really quickly. They've really kind of locked down this left-hand side, making it really difficult to exploit that space in behind Plumpter.
So long clearance from Nnadozie. Free kick is given on the halfway line to Nigeria, who are unbeaten in their last 6 games. They had lost their previous 7 before that, including to Morocco on penalties at the Africa Cup of Nations last year. And as we say, it was a remarkable build-up in terms of that row between their manager, Andy Waldrum, and the Nigerian Football Federation, which culminated in their director of communications calling him an incompetent, loudmouth, blabbermouth Waldrum. Honestly, it's one of these that you read and you think, I can't believe what I'm reading here. It was a remarkable, very public bust-up, that after he'd done a couple of podcasts essentially slating the Nigerian Football Federation. But the players have got their heads down. He's got his head down here, Andy Waldrum. It's been focused on the football. And they're doing well in this tournament and in this match against England. They've just conceded a free kick, though. Kalimatu Ayinde. England have a set piece midway through the Nigeria half on the left-hand side. Karen Bardsley.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how this is going to be well worked. I mean, Nigeria don't look set. They could have played quickly England and, may have had an opportunity here. But I think overriding for me, ball speed needs to be a bit higher from England.
So set piece for the Lionesses. Goalless here in this last 16 of the Women's World Cup. All the reaction will be on the Football Daily podcast. You can download that from BBC Sounds. And join us for the Monday Night Club from 7 o'clock as well, where we will be reflecting on this game. Steph Horton and Ellen White joining us. Free kick into the area. And the deflection will come through to Nadozie. Penalty! Penalty to England. Rachel Daly went down. And the referee, Melissa Borjas, has pointed immediately to the spot. She's surrounded by Nigeria players who are protesting the decision. VAR is in operation. Of course we will have a look. But she's clear in her mind, Melissa Borjas. And England, who have not played well in this game so far, have a set piece. There's a little push in the back there on Daly from Rasheedat Ajibade. What do we think, Karen Bardsley? Is that enough for a penalty?
For me, I think Rachel Daly kind of sells it a little bit. There's a little bit of a nudge and, on the build-up and the way into the area. But I think what is really interesting is what's going on the pitch right now. It looked like at the penalty area, both a Nigerian player and an England player were trying to essentially keep from ruining the penalty spot. There was a little scuffle there. It's getting heated already, isn't it?
Well, Nigeria will be so frustrated as we get confirmation that VAR are checking this foul. They check all of these sorts of incidents and they will be having a look at this. But Nigeria have been the better side. There's no two ways about it. They're the underdogs in this match. England as European champions, the clear favourites. But now they've conceded a penalty and Chiamaka Nadozie is still protesting to the referee, Melissa Borjas. Nadozie, of course, who saved a penalty in their opening game from one of the most experienced players in the game, Christine Sinclair of Canada. And Georgia Stanway walks to the penalty spot. Georgia Stanway of England, who saw her initial effort from the spot against Haiti saved. That was retaken because the goalkeeper came off her line. Still says they're checking. Oh, that's it. Stanway's got the ball on the spot. She's ready with the run-up and the referee's made the TV sign and is moving over to the screen. Goodness me. Well, there's a lot to discuss here, but the fact that Stanway, she's almost started her run-up, she's in place. Of course we know the check's ongoing, but how distracting for Stanway as we see what our referee here, Melissa Borjas, is looking at.
Yeah, let's be honest, it's savage for Stanway as well. But yeah, a bit of, scuffling there. Ajibade, a little bit of touch in the back, maybe a bit of just a slight shove, but Rachel Daly sells it well.
Well, she's having a good long look at this. Referee Melissa Borjas, it's one of those when they come over to the screen, often that means the VAR, the video assistant referee who's watched it, is not convinced and wants the referee to have another look. It is rare for referees to stick with their decision at this point. It's not unheard of. What will Melissa Borjas do? She's having a lot of looks at this. There's a little tug there outside the penalty area, but if it continues into the box, then it's a penalty. And the biggest contact is inside the penalty area. It's the shove on the shoulder of Rachel Daly, and this is where clear and obvious comes into it as well. Let's hear, we'll hear it inside the stadium. She's made the TV sign.
Review, the decision is no penalty.
No penalty, and huge cheers inside Brisbane Stadium. I tell you what, We might not see too much green and white in this stadium, but I think a lot of the home crowd, a lot of the Australians, they've been backing the underdogs all the way through this tournament. They're backing Nigeria here, and there we see that little knot of Nigerian fans. They've got a green and white flag, the two stripes of green, either side the white in the middle, and they're bouncing, they're dancing, they're jumping up and down, because that penalty given to England has been overturned, and Georgia Stanway won't have the chance to take the spot kick.
I'm a bit concerned that this might continue to give Nigeria a huge push and momentum.
And they're coming forward now. Ajibade, they've had the momentum in this first half. Nigeria, Lucy Bronze standing up against Ajibade, whose ball to the edge of the box is poor. It's cleared away by Lauren James, and here goes Alessia Russo. The Lionesses, though, give it away once more. Poor ball by Russo. Ajibade plays it to Ayinde, urged to shoot from 25 yards, goes to the right instead, and Kanu with a little back heel hit herself there. She was trying to find Alozia. Would have been beautiful, but unfortunately for Uchenna Kanu, that back heel just clipped off herself first, but it's cleared away by an England player out for a Nigeria throw.
Everyone loves a back heel, don't they, Vicky? Boy, this game is exciting.
So throw to Nigeria, 10 minutes to play until half-time. The Lionesses being seriously tested here. Still goalless on 5 Live as Ajibade picks it up inside the area, blocked away by Bright, and the follow-up is wide from Uchibi. It's deflected behind, it's gone behind for a corner. England have a player down in Jess Carter. Uchibi is down for Nigeria, so Melissa Borjas has come over to make sure that both players are okay. But Carter here making the block as Uchibi came steaming in to pick up that second ball, and that is vital. Crucial defending from the England's defender.
I mean, it's really well done by Millie Bright as well. She gets close enough to just make the distances as small as possible and takes a huge block right in the back, and then again double team from Jess Carter. Really well done there from England.
So corner to Nigeria from this near side. The bright green shirts once again swarm the penalty area as the corner is lifted in, and the header from Plumpter is wide and goes behind for an England goal kick, and England can breathe again. The momentum is back with Nigeria.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be key to understand how to ride out the shift in momentum. You know, England really have to understand about getting the small habits right, you know, and keeping possession, avoid the turnovers and the transitions that essentially Nigeria are playing for.
Well, that's what Serena Wiegman highlighted before the China game, and they did it so well. Keep the patience, keep the passing going, keep control of the game. Work to do in all three of those aspects for England as they come down the right-hand side. Great work by Lauren Hemp. Russo's in the centre. Hemp still going. It's very good defending by Demahin getting back there. Hemp initially had got past her, but Demahin got back, won the ball, and played it away as Lucy Bronze picks it up right-hand side. Will be deflected behind for a corner. End to end in this particular moment, but overall it's been Nigeria's half. Still goalless here on 5 Live.
Yeah, it has. Really resolute defending from Demahin, the Nigerian defender, against one of the fastest players in women's football. But yeah, she just tracks Lauren Hemp all the way down to that touchline and deals with it really well 1v1.
Yeah, reigning Young Player of the Year, the PFA Awards. Lauren Hemp, the 4th time she's won it. That's a record, more than any other player. So England's, who were awarded a penalty that was then overturned after a VAR review, they didn't have the chance to take the spot kick, have this corner. Greenwood swings it in, the Dozie's there, big punch out of the area. James meets it, tries to loop it back in, but we've seen her score some absolutely gorgeous goals at this tournament. But this effort from 20 yards is over the bar.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, what I haven't seen from Nigeria yet is what we saw kind of in the game against Canada and the game against Australia, where they were dropping off quite quickly with a threat to the back line, and they seem really structured, you know, in terms of keeping a higher line and making the spaces compact for England to play in.
Ball out of play for a Nigeria throw, this near side on the halfway line. Let's bring in Anita Asante. Anita.
Yeah, I agree with you both. I think Nigeria have looked the more threatening in and around England's box. You're seeing them commit numbers on Amanu, Ajibade, Uchibi. We have to really watch out for them because their pace and their direct play is what we're not managing as well. But I think England, we'll do better when we find that space in behind their back line early and stretch them and then try to get numbers to join in. And we've got to make better use of the switch as well.
They are trying to stretch Nigeria now, England. Lauren Hemp has it down by that corner flag over on the far side. Back to Alessia Russo. Here is Kira Walsh. Sprays the play. There's the crossfield pass that Anita was talking about to Lucy Bronze. Back now to Jess Carter. Goalless here on 5 Live in the Women's World Cup last 16. Great ball from Carter. Stanway picks it up right hand side. Wins the corner.
That's so much better. That's so much better from England. You know, recognising exactly what Anita Senti said, the spaces are going to be in behind the fullbacks, so the opposite, the right-sided centre half or the left-sided centre half. And you know, Lauren Hemp with that threat, dropping off the back line, the space was there. She does well to hang on to it and create opportunities to get across the box and make those switches.
60% possession for Nigeria in the last 10 minutes. They have really impressed in this first half, but England have another corner from this right-hand side. It's swung in. Nigeria again make first contact. Lauren James volleys from the edge of the box, and again it misses the target, this time wide.
Yeah, that's not the right decision from Lauren James there. So, you know, we praise her for being casual and creative, and you know, it's just choosing the right moments to do it. And I think with that sort of numbers, that traffic in the area, that just wasn't the right moment for me. Why not bring it down, recycle?
Serena Wiegmann sitting in her technical area, does not look overly happy. England's not really turned up yet in this last 16 match. As we approach half-time, it's still goalless though with Nigeria. Good sliding challenge by Alex Greenwood, and the ball is out of play for a Nigeria throw over on that far side. Karen Bardsley.
It's a fantastic challenge from Alex Green. Really reads it and anticipates well. And Lozia, the Nigerian right back, she loves getting forward, and you can see, like Anita said, that they are committing numbers, creating those overloads.
Down to the corner flag go Nigeria. They're appealing for the corner. It will be given as a goal kick. Did we expect this from England? Did we expect this from Nigeria?
If I'm being honest, from what I've seen, not necessarily in this particular tournament, but in the build-up to the World Cup, I wasn't expecting it to be at this level. But I have to say, as the group stages have gone on, I have been more and more impressed with this Nigerian side, particularly the goalkeeper, the defence, lacking in midfield a bit, but hence why they play a bit more direct. But so far, they have been one heck of a team.
And this is all without their star player, Asisato Shwala, the Barcelona striker. She's on the bench. They've been trying to manage her fitness after she picked up an injury towards the end of the season. And it's paid off. This Nigeria side are clicking. They look confident. So far, they're proving a real test for England, who have been second best. As Carter goes back to Mary Earps, puts their goalkeeper under a bit of pressure there, but Earps does well, clears up towards halfway. Nigeria send it forward again. Mayinde will head it on. Here is Tony Payne moving away from Kira Walsh. Out to the right-hand side she goes, and Uchenna Kanu picks it up. She has Michelle Alozia there. As the ball is into the area. Miscue from Nigeria on the edge of the box. Carter will clear it away from England, but Nigeria will come again. Here is Ashley Plumpton, who's rattled the crossbar with a fabulous effort from 20 yards in this first half, which is still goalless. Ajibade up against Carter. Oh, did Carter bump into her there? The referee's happy to let it go. Ajibade gets up, retains possession and plays it off Carter. That's brilliant play from Rashida Ajibade.
All of the Nigerian players at the minute, I mean, they're really well. Ayunde is getting involved, getting forward a bit more in the Nigerian midfield, really looking to connect and spray passes. So, yeah, some great attacking play at the minute.
And they've managed 9 shots on England's goal in this first half. That is the most that England have faced in the first half of any game under Serena Wiegmann. Push on the edge of the area. And the foul is conceded by Nigeria's striker, Ifeoma Onumonu. And it will be a free kick to England. But that just shows, I mean, that's remarkable, given that Serena Wiegmann has been in charge since September 2021. I mean, it was confirmed a year before that, but that's when she took over. For Nigeria to be the side that puts those shots on goal to England in a way that no other team has done. And, you know, they faced the best of the best. They've beaten the USA, they've beaten Germany, they've beaten Spain. This is an outstanding performance from Nigeria, and England need to up it. Otherwise, their World Cup tournament is in serious jeopardy. It's still goalless here on BBC Radio 5 Live. And that is probably the most positive thing you can say for England out of this first half. Great run down the left-hand side by Lauren Hemp. The Dosie's there. Oh, she spills it. Russo wasn't quite in the right place. and it's cleared away by Nigeria. The first error from Nnadozie in this game. Nnadozie, the goalkeeper, who's had a very good tournament. The Nigerian number 1 had a very good match so far. But there you go, Karen Bardsley. We know you've got to keep concentration at all times, Nick. Just let her down there.
That's right. It was a difficult ball, just bounced right in front of her. If you haven't got your chest over it, it does have the tendency to come out a little bit. But fortunately, her defense was there to tidy everything up for her. But you see a lot of criticism, I think, of this Nigerian side in the build-up to this particular game around the lack of, what am I trying to say, control in their decision making. They have to be more decisive in the balls that they choose to pass or clear.
As England lose possession over on the far side, Carney plays it forward again. Alex Greenwood is there and intercepts, and Rachel Daly will bring the ball away. Daly, who was awarded a penalty earlier in this match, overturned after a VAR review. Stanway didn't have the chance to take it from the spot as England come forward. Lucy Bronze, ball into the area. Hemp was there. It's well cleared away by Demehin for Nigeria, and that was a vital interception because otherwise Hemp would have been in as we enter 4 minutes of added time. England 0, Nigeria 0 in this last 16 at the Women's World Cup. Here is Stanway, plays it to the feet of Lauren Hemp, 25 yards out, central position. Hemp still going. She's being well pressured and eventually well dispossessed by Uchibi. Every single Nigeria player is having an outstanding match, and Uchibi just underlines that by playing the ball off Hemp for a Nigeria throw.
They've been really disciplined, the Nigerians, in every single aspect, in every single third, and making much, much better decisions. I think what I'm seeing from England as well is the spaces are really, really getting big, particularly when Lucy Bronze gets forward. She hasn't got anyone to play with, Alessia Russo gets pulled into the left, Lauren James is drifting a bit left. So we need more linking centrally.
England in possession with Carter on the halfway line. And what we notice in the warm-ups again, Alex Greenwood and Rachel Daly, Greenwood playing as the left-sided centre-half of this back three and Daly at left wing-back, are really linking up in the warm-up. As again, Alosia comes across and challenges Rachel Daly. Ball goes out for an England throw. But, Greenwood was really getting forward, and we saw that, didn't we, at times against China. They've just not been able to do that, partly because Nigeria have played very well, but also because you can just almost taste this fear of Nigeria in the transition. If they do that, if they commit, that is such a strength of this Nigerian team, and you can see almost that England fear it.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a good point, Vicky. I didn't really consider it that way, but there is a sense of hesitation, I think.
So England in possession. Here is Millie Bright, who rarely hesitates when she has a decision to make. We have to say as well, Alex Greenwood has stood out once more. So many of those key interceptions in England's back line, keeps it at 0-0, have been from her as they come down the right-hand side. Stanway infield to Bronze. This is better. Well, it almost was. Bronze's touch lets her down inside the penalty area. But again, Georgia Stanway from that central position coming out wide. Those connections, England need to find them in the wide positions.
Again, the fluidity of the movement was much better there. Again, you see that Lucy Bronze wasn't isolated. She had Georgia Stanway to play with, and I think when there is that quick movement, whether it's the player or the ball speed or the combination of the two, the Nigerians really struggle to track the runners.
So they have a goal kick, which Chiamaka Nnadozie takes. He's made a couple of good saves in this first half, but at the other end, Nigeria have rattled the crossbar. Overall, they've been the better side. There's no disputing that as they come forward once more. Onomonu's ball into the penalty area, headed away by Rachel Daly. Ashley Plumpter, who was the player, the former England Youth International, who rattled the crossbar, wins it for Nigeria. It's all the way back from Uchibi to Blessing Demehin and eventually to their goalkeeper, all in yellow, Chiamaka Nnadozie.
The evolution of this Nigerian side has been phenomenal. Vicky, you mentioned in 2019, they were not a shadow of this squad. You've got, the Nigerian goalkeeper, Nnadozie, taking really high start positions to join and support her back line.
Here goes Georgia Stanway. It's just not coming off for England. Hemper gone one way, Stanway's ball went the other. And it's through once more with the orange-booted Nnadozie. He squares the ball out to the left-hand side. That penalty will be a big talking point at half-time. Initially, the referee judging that Rachel Daly had been pushed over, overturned after the VAR review. That's it, isn't it? If that decision stands and Georgia Stanway sticks it away, England, despite not playing well, could be 1-0 up at half-time, but should. So Nigeria win the free kick just inside their own half.
Yeah, this won't be a popular thing for me to say, but for me that wasn't a penalty. But, God loves a trier, right?
She's not happy on the touchline, Serena Wiegman. We've just seen another Picture of her sitting down in the dugout, which is just below us on this near side. The England flag and the word England blazed upon the top of it. The offside flag is up, and it's half-time and a half where England really have been a shadow of the side that we saw against China. Full credit to Nigeria, the underdogs coming into this one, but they've been the better side. They've rattled the crossbar. Yes, their goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie has made a couple of good saves as well, but England need to wake up in this second half, or their World Cup journey could be over. Karen Bardsley.
Absolutely, Nigeria were phenomenal, just like you said, Vicky. Really, really disciplined in their defending and their decision making, taking risks going forward, really looking sharp.
So half-time in Brisbane Stadium, a lot of work for England to do. The biggest positive from the half, it's still goalless. England 0, Nigeria 0.
Thank you, Vicky. Vicky and Karen back with you for the second half, as at half-time it's England 0, Nigeria 0. A place in the quarter-final awaits the winners, so it could be that we go all the way, judging on that first half performance. Anita Asante, towards the end of the half, it was kind of getting a little bit better in that final third, but I think many people weren't expecting a 45 minutes from England than what we've just seen.
No, exactly. I think we expected England to use the momentum from the last win against China to start this game, full of energy, linking up well, finding the kind of rhythm in their possession game, and we haven't seen that. And a lot of the credit has to go to Nigeria, because they've come out, they've been brave, they've committed numbers forward, and a reminder that this is a side that's ranked 40th in the FIFA rankings, that they're certainly not playing that way. You can see that they're willing to get their fullbacks high and cause all sorts of problems. In England, we're just not solving it quickly enough, and I don't think we're playing quickly enough either.
And we've seen that in the tournament throughout, these lower ranked teams causing upsets and shocks, and not letting the elite nations having it all their own way. But it just looked on the pitch from where we were, I don't know what it was like on your TV screens and whether you were getting that impression as well, that just nothing seemed to click, the cohesion, there was nothing there.
Yeah, it just seemed like they're just afraid a little bit of that transition when Nigeria go from defence to attack. They are quite direct. They do commit numbers, especially through Ajibade, Chibi, Tony Payne, and they're a bit hesitant in their decision making. I'm looking around and seeing that the England players just look like they're looking up and waiting to see what options are available, instead of having that kind of instinctual play about them, where they have that natural rhythm about where players are on the pitch positionally, and how to break those lines and break that Nigerian defence. And when they've had success, it's normally come through a switch of play, either through Kira Walsh out to the right hand side to Bronze, or the opposite side, and they exploit the space that the Nigerian fullbacks leave, and then we're just lacking that bit of quality again in the final third.
If you want to get involved, you can text us 85058 at 5Live Sport. Armchair football fan, really impressed by Nigeria's left side. Some solid defending and powerful running at full-back, with some real creativity in front causing problems for England. Nick has said that firstly, that isn't a clear and obvious error, and secondly, and this is about the penalty with Rachel Daly, the defender went straight into the back of her with momentum. That's a penalty. Was it a penalty for you, Anita?
In my opinion, I thought it was soft, actually. I feel like, there is football, there is allowed contact. There is contact in this sport. It just depends on whether it's clear and obvious and the intent. And both players are going for the ball. It's perhaps a little bit clumsy, but I think Rachel Daly's just very wily there, and is selling that contact. She feels the contact from Ajibade and kind of leaps forward as well. And I think she tries to force a decision from the referee.
Karen Bardsley was saying the same as well as she was wrapping up the first half with Vicky Sparks. And Jake was saying excellent use of VAR. He agrees with you, Anita, never a penalty. He says he would have been fuming if that had been given against his team at the other end, and has applauded the officials for that. So what does Serena Wiegman, Anita, say to the players at half-time, and does she make the changes again?
Well, I think she's going to go in there and tell them that they need to step it up. Otherwise, they could potentially see themselves out of this competition. Ultimately, defensively, we need to make sure, they need to make sure they get the balance right. not necessarily sending both wing backs really high and leaving all that space to be exploited. So they have to pick and choose their moments when, Bronze comes in, tucks in maybe, and Daly's high, and vice versa. They need to play quicker through the thirds. We're not using possession play through the thirds enough, and that switch of play. And also, we're not committing numbers into the box because, like I said, the transition. So she'll be onto them about those moments to be better in transition, better in the build, and use the switch of play.
Thank you, Anita, for the time being. This is 5 Live Sport at the Women's World Cup. We're here in Brisbane, where at half-time it's England 0, Nigeria 0, and we're going to talk some more as we approach the second half after the latest news with Giuliano Casadei. Here in Brisbane then at half-time in this round of 16 match between England and Nigeria, it is goalless. It is a huge day in Australia because, to be honest, we just feel like the warm-up act because Australia take on Denmark for a place in the quarterfinals in Sydney, and watching that one a little bit later, it's an 11:30 commentary over on Sports Extra, will be the former French defender Laura Georges. She's part of the team covering the match on BBC Two. Just before we get to Australia and Denmark, Laura, just your thoughts on this match here in Brisbane between England and Nigeria. First of all, Nigeria beat Australia here, so they've already upset the co-hosts. They've beaten the Olympic champions. They're causing England 1 or 2 problems. For you, was it a penalty though?
No, for me it wasn't a penalty. I think it's true. It's always impressive to see forwards falling close to in the box, but I mean, for me, it's not a penalty. I've been a defender, and I know that there's contact. But the way she's falling, it seems that she's using the fact that the player is pushing her shoulder, and then she's falling. But I'm a defender. I will defend my defenders.
But do you say that because Nigeria are frustrating England, aren't they? It's not going the way that a lot of people thought it would go.
I guess people were not expecting to see Nigeria with this quality of the game. They're not kicking the ball that, really composed, they move the ball smartly, and they are really good, really aggressive, but also they have really good defense. The goal have been really impressive, making really great saves.
We've got a light show here at half-time here in Brisbane where all the flashing lights on camera phones are lit up and the various different coloured lights flashing around the stadium as we get ready for the second half. But Laura, you're going to be watching a huge game here. All eyes in Australia will be well and truly on this match against Denmark. The fan parks will be absolutely full. How do you think Australia will get on?
They're playing at home and they've been doing really well against Canada. So I'm sure they will be pumped up. The question is, will Sam Kerr start? But she starts or she doesn't start. The team is really has been really impressive the last game. So I guess they are not the underdogs. They have a little bit more pressure. But you have Denmark. And Denmark feels that, for them it's an extra game, it's a plus, so it won't be easy for Australia. But they have the crowd, they have the energy, so normally they should be able to perform and to have a good game today.
But also, when you talk about Sam Kerr, we haven't really seen much of her, if anything at all. We know she's had those injury problems as well. Could we see her light up this tournament if she's selected to play?
I was questioning other players about should she start or should she come at the end of the game, because we know she may be not fit. She hasn't played, so even if you train on the side, you're not fit to play in a high-level competition. But she's the type of player when she come in, she can score from whatever the place she is in the field. So, yeah, I think she can make a difference. Doesn't matter the time she will be playing, but I think it would be maybe better to have her starting and not put her in a situation to come maybe at the end of the game and to have more pressure. It would be interesting to see how the coach decided to bring her in the game.
It was really interesting as well because she obviously is the face of this tournament here in Australia. It is everywhere. She's on every advert on the TV screens that we see, and no one had any idea of this injury when the team news was announced for the opening match. So for an Australian fan, you want to see her play, don't you?
Of course you want to see her play. She's the captain. We know the quality of the player. But usually when staff don't say, it's maybe because it's serious and they don't want to have people disappointed about the player maybe not playing the competition. And also because they don't want people to ask too many questions if they know exactly what is going on. So, but I'm sure it's really hard for Sam Kerr to keep the secret about her injury, even for the teammates. But I hope she get in, or I hope she start the game.
Yeah, it must have been really difficult. We saw in that opening match and her emotions of that as the national anthem was being sung. Just a quick one on France then. So Morocco tomorrow, bit of a slow start, wasn't it, against Jamaica? But you seem to be growing in this tournament, and if England do progress and get through this match and a quarter-final, it could potentially be a match-up between England and France.
Yes, it's true. Everybody's talking about the France-England, but before that we have Morocco. So Morocco is like a little sister. So it's going to be the second game we play against Morocco. Both coach knows each other. Hervé Renard was the coach of Morocco for 4 years. The coach of Morocco used to be the coach of Olympique Lyonnais. So both teams know each other. But it's true that France has a better rank, as normally should dominate that game. But this World Cup has shown us we have to respect every team. But I'm looking forward to see how both players are going to react to each other, because they are really good friends outside the field.
And you talk about the stories from this World Cup and you talk about the shocks. What's been the biggest one for you so far? USA?
USA, but not surprised at the same time, because Sweden is still a good team. I would say Germany. I've been really not disappointed, but I know it's hard to leave a competition the way they did, because I think they were thinking like winning against South Korea, but like this null, it was really hard to see Germany not being able to score any goals. To score and to lead the game. So Germany has been the real disappointment for me.
Okay, Laura, we're going to have to leave it there because the players are back out. Enjoy your match. Thanks. A little bit later, commentary 11:30 on 5 Sports Extra, and you can watch it on BBC Two. Australia against Denmark. Here, the second half, England against Nigeria with Karen Bardsley alongside Vicky Sparks.
Thank you, Jules. Big second half needed from England. Something has to change from that first half performance, but no changes at half-time from Serena Wiedmann. Karen Bardsley alongside me. We were just discussing off air whether she might change the system, go back to the 4 at the back that she's played pretty much throughout her England tenure. No change so far in terms of personnel. The system hasn't changed in terms of how they're lining up, and you wouldn't expect it to with Daly still on the pitch in this sort of way. But I guess with the players out there, they could tweak it a little bit, couldn't they? Alex Greenwood could come out to left back and Lucy Bronze could go right back. But essentially, are you surprised that she's not changed it personnel-wise so far?
No, for me, not yet. I think we all know Serena Wiedmann, and she has an idea of what she wants to see and when she's going to make her changes. But for me, it's about the build-up. Like, we need to help Keira Walsh out in the midfield, so maybe adding another player alongside her to help with that build-up. But, we're not exposing the spaces quickly enough either. So maybe towards your point, Vicky, earlier, they are too concerned about losing it and facing that transition from Nigeria that's been lethal.
It will be Nigeria to get us underway, playing in the all bright green kit. England in their white shirts, their navy shorts and their white socks. So Nigeria get this second half underway at the Women's World Cup last 16. Goalless with the European champions, England. As England pick up possession with Lauren James, who's fouled, and they have a free kick just inside their own half. England playing from right to left in this second half, and of course no substitutions means no change for Nigeria either in terms of Asisat Oshoala, the former Arsenal and Liverpool player, Barcelona star. She's on the bench. She's been struggling with her fitness after injury, but the team that Nigeria named for this game had an outstanding first half, and they still have that threat available to them as the Ball is over on the far side, goes out of play for a Nigeria throw. It does look as though they're sticking with this three at the back, England. As Lucy Bronze wins the header over in that right wing back position. Ashley Plumpton, who hit the bar in the first half, the former England Youth International, picks it up once more for Nigeria. Sliding the ball forward, it's well picked up just outside the penalty area. Now Kanu has it for Nigeria. Little deflection, might carry it for Tony Payne. Turning on the edge of the box, she's forced away from the goal, but goes down to the left-hand side of the penalty area. Plays it out as the cross comes in. And Nigeria win the header. Oh, it's off the bar again. Goodness me, Uchenna Kanu this time with the header, rattling the woodwork. The second time Nigeria have done that in this game. Wakey, wakey, England.
Right, Vicky. What we saw so much of in the game against China, and even in some of the games in a build-up, where England were still winning a majority of their 1v1 duels, and we're just not seeing that at this moment in time.
Nigeria in possession again. Ajibade, who's impressed once again, tussling with Lucy Bronze, who does eventually come away with it, and then the Nigeria forward rather dives in. The referee is happy with that, Melissa Borjas. And England will play the ball up and out, or play off a Nigeria boot for a throw midway through their own half. Ajibade was one of the big players that they had suspended for that opening draw with Canada as well. I think that's the context with Nigeria too. Not only did they draw against the reigning Olympic champions, they were missing some big players in that match through injury, through suspension. Of course, we know that Oshiwala's fitness, even though she started that game, was in question after that injury she picked up with Barcelona. And to come through that, then to beat the co-hosts Australia, then to draw with Ireland when they knew they just needed a point to get through. And they are more than holding their own. They're doing better in this game against England. But here come England. Lauren Hemp into the penalty area. Left-hand side, she's well marshalled away by Alozia, but Hemp retains possession, plays it back to Rachel Daly. In field she goes to Kira Walsh, pulls it back to Alex Greenwood, who spreads her palms out saying, give me the option. Hemp does that. Now Daly once more. Down the left-hand side she goes. Goal is here on 5 Live. Daly whips the delivery in. It's headed away by Demahin before Russo can reach it. Lucy Bronze picks it up, plays it in field. Carter on the stretch though, can't guide it to an England teammate in Christie. Uchibi picks it up for Nigeria, and now Ajibade will play the ball long downfield, cleared away by Jess Carter. Bronze is there and calmly plays it back to Millie Bright, who is in front of Mary Earps in goal for England. The back three of Carter, Bright and Greenwood. Ahead of them it's Bronze, Stanway, Walsh and Daly, with James sitting behind Russo and Hemp. Lauren James, who has been very quiet in this match so far, as the ball into the area from Daly is all the way through to Nadozi, and you can see there Rachel Daly shouting at Lauren Hemp, who I'm not sure she's heard her, she's got her back turned to her, Hemp, but just the combinations, all the things that were so good in their last match against China, which they won 6-1, just seem to have evaporated for England.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm looking at the distances and they're absolutely enormous here.
They picked it up almost outside the penalty area. Well, cleared away by Ayinde in the midfield, and it's out for an England throw.
You can see that Kira Walsh is asking, I can't tell if it's Alessia Russo or Lauren Hemp, but she needs support, someone to drop in.
Ball over the top from Alex Greenwood, bounces over the head of Georgia Stanway, and it's through with Nadozi.
And that's better. I think Nigeria struggle to manage their line when they have a threat in behind, and we haven't seen a lot of that. You know, I think what would work really nice if you're starting to see Alessia Russo or Lauren Hemp kind of push the line back, and then one of the two sit in that holding, or excuse me, that 10 space. Not necessarily a long LJ, but kind of like almost a false 9.
Nigeria pick it up once more in the centre circle. Uchibi out to the left-hand side, looking for Ajibade, cleared away by Lucy Bronze, but Nigeria in possession again. Long ball over the top, looking for the run of Kanu. Chests it down, just outside the area, trying to work room for the shot, can't do so. Ajibade, loose touch, under pressure from Bronze, loses the ball. Nice turn from Lauren James, that's beautiful. Beautiful defending, real skill from James. And here coming England now, over the halfway line. Alessia Russo out to the right-hand side, just has 2 white shirts ahead of her. And she's pushed back into the England half, and England must build again.
It's getting kind of to that point where it's starting to get a bit irritating watching it, because yeah, okay, we know that they haven't got the numbers in transition, but that time Lauren James was steaming through the middle looking to support, but then we stop and then allow kind of Nigeria to reshape, and they make it really, really difficult. They're making it so hard because they're making the pitch nice and small and keeping the play wide.
England in possession over on the right-hand side. I'm not going to lie, Karen Bartley, sitting to my left, I can sense your growing irritation. with this England performance as Nadozie watches that ball into her area. She's in goal for Nigeria, the back four of Alozia, Ohale, Demahin and Plumpton, the former England youth international. Uchibi and Ayinde ahead of them, with Ajibade, Payne and Kanu supporting Onimonu up front. Asisat Oshuala, Barcelona striker, one of the most informed forwards in the women's game at the moment, is on the bench. Out to the left-hand side, go Nigeria, delivery into the boxes, cleared away by Millie Bright, out for a Nigeria corner. Good work by Tony Payne, down Nigeria's left.
Again, that reliable golden bun, just flying out of nowhere. No, she frames the goal really, really well. You can see, obviously, Jess Carter goes to put the pressure on, and Millie Bright recovers centrally to protect that space, and she does it so well for Chelsea, and she does it phenomenally here.
6.5 played in this second half, and it's still the same old story for England. They need to up their game. Nigeria, with this corner, they've got a potential 2-on-1 here if they play it short. Lauren James, the only white shirt out there. Again, it's a very crowded, congested 6-yard box. Nigeria swing the delivery to the edge of the 6-yard box, and the header is flicked up by Plumptre. Over to the right-hand side it goes, and a little miscontrol on the goal line, and it will be behind for an England goal kick. Still 0-0 on BBC Radio 5 Live. Remember, you can watch this match on BBC One. If you'd like to, you can press the red button and sync it up with our commentary as well. All the reaction to the game, and of course Australia's last 16 tie, the co-host with Denmark, later on today will be on the Football Daily. You can go to BBC Sounds, hit subscribe, search for that podcast and listen at your leisure. And do check out Jill Scott's Coffee Club while you're there as well. Interview with Serena Wiegman in the latest episode. Here is Nigeria picking it up in the centre circle, but Lauren James gets the foot in, sends it down the left-hand side, looking for the run of Lauren Hemp, who can't keep it in. Ball goes out of play for a throw for Nigeria. I guess the positive for England, Karen, is they have options. They can change the system. They've got a plethora of attacking talent. They don't have to stick with this. There are things that Serena Wiegman can do, and as we've seen throughout her career, she's not the FIFA best women's coach in the world for no reason. Consistently, she gets the big calls right. Make no mistake, she needs to make some big calls in this game, because this is a real test for England, probably one of the biggest performance-wise that they've faced of her career, when it's really mattered. As Nigeria win it once again. Ashley Plumptre, over the halfway line she goes, down the left-hand side. Nigeria have the green shirts in the area. Ajibade's delivery is blocked away on the edge of the box. But Nigeria once again will pick it up in the centre of the park. Out to the right-hand side they go, and Alozia down the right-hand side to Kanu, who gets a bit of space, pulls the ball across. Oh, it's just missed in the centre of the 6-yard box by Onimonu. A let-off for England, who do manage to clear up towards the halfway line. Russo takes it in her stride. She's trying to get past Plumptre. She almost does so, but Plumptre stands up well. Well, initially she stands up well. The referee, Melissa Broadhouse, in the end says that that is a free kick to England, or whether Plumptre didn't quite keep it in over on that far side. Either way, it's gone England's way. But again, they're just not defending well enough inside their own penalty area, Karen.
Yeah, it's, preventing the service out to the wings as well. So kind of have to look into, the actual press from England and how that starts with the transition. But something I did notice a few moments ago was when Mary Earps was going to take that goal kick for England, Nigeria were ready to high press, and they were just waiting for a short ball, were ready to jump. So Mary Earps chose to play long, but we weren't picking up the second balls either.
Here goes Rachel Daly, placed it to Lauren Hemp, and England get the free kick. This is a good position, wide left-hand side, just about level with the edge of the penalty area, a couple of yards up from it. As the Nigeria defender, Osinachi Ohale, protests to the referee. It will just be a ticking off rather than a yellow card. We know that England have the ability to really cause havoc from these set pieces. They've got such good deliverers in dead ball situations. Alex Greenwood is there. Lauren James as well, the height of Millie Bright. That blonde bun is up from the back. Russo's in there too. Lucy Bronze again is making, well, I was going to say the far post one, but she's actually on the corner of the penalty area over on the far side. So let's see what England do from this. 0-0 with Nigeria here on BBC Radio 5 Live and across Australia on the ABC. Alex Greenwood stands with her left arm raised in the air. The white shirts are on the edge of the penalty area. Greenwood, it's in the delivery. It's a great delivery. It's very well defended by Ajibade. Russo was steaming in, looking to make contact, and Ajibade has done very well there because if Alessia Russo gets a clean header, odds are 1-0 England.
You're absolutely right. It's a fantastic ball, outswinger from Alex Greenwood. And it's far enough away the goalkeeper can't come, but Ajibade puts Alessia Russo off just enough that header just sails wide.
So 11 minutes gone in this second half. Still goalless in the last 16 of the Women's World Cup between England and Nigeria. England, who have only failed to score 4 times in their 35 matches under Serena Wiegmann. But goal scoring was a question mark coming into this tournament. They recorded their biggest ever, or equalled their biggest ever Women's World Cup win against China in the last match. 6-1, as Lauren James does well, wins a throw deep in Nigeria territory down the left-hand side. So 6-1 in that final group game, but they only beat Haiti, the World Cup debutants, 1-0. They only beat Denmark 1-0. They talked about ruthlessness and that need to find the connections, and it's not coming together again for England. But still, it's goalless. They're very much still in it, even if the performance has been lacking. Here is Rachel Daly, exchanges passes with Kira Walsh, whips the ball towards the area. It's blocked away by Nigeria. Lee Brights wins the header and sends it forward once more. Here is Rachel Daly, plays the ball to the edge of the box once again. Lucy Bontemps ricochets off her and Nadozie will come out and gather. As Christy Uchibi gets back up to her feet, she blocked the initial delivery in and it was a painful one. Took her a little while to readjust. So Asisat Oshuala is preparing to come on for Nigeria. Movement down there in the dugout as Lauren James does well. Down that left-hand side, cleared away by Nigeria. And here she comes, the Barcelona star, their star player, one of the most informed strikers in the women's game at the moment. And she replaces the player who replaced her in this starting lineup. Ifeoma Onumonu is off. And Asisat Oshuala, formerly of Liverpool, formerly of Arsenal, but it's in Spain where she's really found her groove. Averaging almost a goal a game in her 4.5 years at Barcelona. She was their top scorer this season. She's a Champions League winner, she's a Spanish champion. She's the star of this Nigerian side who've acquitted themselves so well so far. And as England concede a throw deep in Nigeria territory, this is exactly what Randy Waldron would have wanted, I'm sure. She's been struggling with her fitness. She had the injury towards the end of the season. But with this game so finely poised at 0-0, this is where he'll hope that Oshuala can come off the bench and be the difference for Nigeria.
Absolutely, Vicky. I think Millie Bright knows darn well as well how good Oshuala is. She's a fantastic dribbler of the ball, really, really quick and direct, but really technically very sound and a very good finisher. So a fantastic, massive threat for Nigeria to bring on at this stage of the game.
Yeah, 27 goals in 40 games for Barcelona this season. But it's England who are attacking. They have a throw over on the far side. 14 minutes played in the second half. It is still goalless in the last 16 of the Women's World Cup. England, the European champions, one of the big favourites for this tournament. Even more so now some big teams have gone out. They have the ball on the right-hand side, swung into the area. James is in there, Daly too! And the ball is behind for a goal kick, but great position taken up there by Rachel Daly.
By the way, did you see the organisation there from that set piece from Lucy Bronze? I mean, I'm talking about throw-in as a set piece. See Hempo split, peel off the defender, and now she's got 2 options to set back for Lucy Bronze for a delivery at the edge of the area. It's a really nice set piece from a throw-in.
Yeah, well worked by England. Rachel Daly meeting it with her shin, skewing the ball behind again. Difficult technique, but we know she can do it. Yes, she's playing at left wing back today, but she's been a striker for so much of her career. That's why she played for Aston Villa the vast majority of this season. 30 goals in 30 games. That is an option as well, you know. Rachel Daly, they've got Bethany England on the bench, but they could tweak it. They could go to a 4. They could put Daly up front. Because England need a goal. It's 0-0 with Nigeria. And here goes Oshuala with the orange boot. She's dispossessed immediately. Plumpton will pick it up for Nigeria. Here is Tony Payne, who's just dropped back a little bit into that central midfield position as the ball forward is headed away by Daly, back resuming defensive duties. Lauren James, rather casual with that header, straight to Uchenna Kanu. Alozia tussling with James, wins the throw for Nigeria on this near side. It's been better from England in terms of territory, early stages of the second half, but still this is a shadow of the performance that they put in against China as the Mexican wave ripples around the Brisbane Stadium. So that throw is taken, arguably a foul throw there. That's what England are appealing for. In the end, it's gone out for an England throw anyway, but God, it's so frustrating when you see those. I mean, the referee didn't pick up on it. She clearly felt it was borderline, but England throw deep in their own territory here on 5 Live and on BBC One as well. You can watch over there, press the red button if you'd like to. You can sync it up with our commentary too. The ball goes out of play. Got another throw to Nigeria just inside the England half. Let's bring in Anita Asante. Anita.
Yeah, I agree with you. Listening to you, Vicky and Karen, England need to play a lot quicker, a lot smarter, but you have to give credit to Nigeria because they're not allowing England to play the way they want to. They're not allowing the space. They are very direct, and now with Oshoala on the pitch, there's always going to be that threat in behind, which the centre backs are going to be mindful of during this game. But yeah, I think we've really struggled to play between the thirds and bring Lauren James into the game more effectively in the spaces that she likes to operate in.
Yeah, still not good enough from England. That's the bottom line. They have dealt with that attacking throw. And the ball goes out of play for a throw to England just inside the Nigeria half. Here is Lauren James receiving the ball from Rachel Daly. Daly in a little bit of space and nice little drag back to find James once more, but it's well defended by Nigeria initially, but then they lose out. Russo to James, left-hand side of the penalty area, tried to trick her way into the box, but it's very well defended by Uchibi, who clears up towards halfway. Lovely touch from Oshoala, not getting past Kira Walsh though, plays it back to Millie Bright. Karen Bardsley, is Kira Walsh fully fit?
Oh, that's a tough one. I'm not a physio, I'm not a doctor, but I think there's an element of, going what she's gone through, and then is she at full fitness? I'll be honest, I was really shocked to see that she was starting, because if a reaction like that, based on what we saw against Denmark, I was very surprised we were going to see her again in this tournament, let alone starting.
Yep, stretch it off. Clearly feared she'd done serious damage, but recovered and is starting today as the ball goes out of play on the far side for an England throw. And again, there's just no urgency from England. I mean, yes, there's more than one way to try and win a football match. Of course there is, but what is this? Is this tactics? Is it lethargy? It can't be lethargy. No. They're in the last 16 of a Women's World Cup. They're European champions. Now the USA are out. They're many people's favourites for the tournament. Where are the Lionesses that we're used to seeing?
It's definitely not lethargy, I can tell you that. I think this is an element of pragmatism here, Vicky, in terms of, look, they understand that they're kind of under the cosh a bit. You can see the time that they're taking because they don't want to rush their decisions. It might be a bit slow, but it's also disrupting the tempo of Nigeria as well. Nigeria will be trying to figure out what it is that they're trying to do as well. But for me, it's linking up with a midfield that needs to be quicker and more decisive from England.
Former England number 1, Karen Bardsley, here with us on 5 Live as Russo tries to take the ball in her stride. Harley is there with her. So Russo pulls it back to Lauren Hemp, who's over on that right-hand side. James has gone into the number 10 position for now. Daly's out, hugging this left-hand touchline as James picks it up, dropping deep. Here is Kira Walsh, plays it to Lauren James inside the centre circle. And out to the right-hand side she goes to Lucy Bonds, but it's so often back for England rather than forward as Jess Carter takes matters into her own hands, tries to break forward through the Nigeria half. Nigeria win it, now Carter's out of possession. She does well though, stops Uchibi releasing the pass, and it's all the way back with Ndozi, who launches it herself. Great height on that from Ndozi, out to the left-hand side. Carter there still tussling, trying to win the ball back, this time from Ajibade with the cropped blue hair. And the throw eventually goes England's way, but Jess Carter there, is that a sign of frustration from England? Because she's one of the back 3. She doesn't normally come and get involved in the play in midfield, and she's actually just managed to force England forward a little bit.
I think it's excellent, Vicky. I think it's excellent defending.
Here come England on the edge of the area. Nigeria just steal it off the toe of Stanway. Russo goes down. Shot deflected from him. It's behind for an England corner. And all of a sudden, they got 3 or 4 white shirts into the Nigeria penalty area and caused a few problems.
Because if you think about what Jess Carter just did, she added an extra number to the attack, didn't she? So, I mean, yes, it's a risk, but the only outlet for Nigeria is number 8, Oshoala. So there's 2 in terms of structure behind her. So it's allowed her to get involved, a bit more freedom, push Lucy Bronze and Rachel Daly up higher, push the midfield up higher, and that's allowed them an opportunity at the edge of the area.
So corner to England over on the far side. We're still goalless as we approach the midway point of this second half here on 5 Live and across Australia on the ABC. Corner driven in for England from the right-hand side, and it drifts onto the roof of the net. Well, we've seen Katie McCabe score direct from a corner for Ireland. Georgia Stanway's got brilliant technique, but that was a waste, Karen.
Yeah, unfortunate delivery there. Obviously floated just over the crossbar, but I mean, it needs to be better. Let's have it right.
Pretty much sums up this match, really, so far for England. And there were such high hopes, whether the system had cracked it, whether that was the missing piece, because we know these players have talent. We know they have resilience. That is what they need to show now. It's still goalless. But Nigeria, ranked 40th in the world to England's 4th, although world rankings do not tell the whole story, have been the better side. Still goalless. They hit the bar twice, Nigeria. They head the ball away midway through their own half. Ahale finding Tony Payne. Nice footwork. Plays it out to this right-hand side. She goes down under pressure from Lauren James. Nigeria is still in possession. Ayinde will turn away from Stanway and play it out to the left-hand side. Plumpter loses out to her counterpart number 2, Lucy Bronze. Does get the foot in, the former England Youth International. England play it forward. Russo flicks the ball out with her heel to the right-hand side, but Demahin, very calmly just takes it past Lauren Hemp with brilliant close control. And then, I think, got a little overexcited due to the cheer from the crowd and fizzed a ball out that was never going to be controlled over on that far side. But again, it's good play. It's solid defensive play from Nigeria, who looks so organised. And, you know, that they have such experience. Only 5 players in this starting 11 are playing at their first World Cup, but so many of this Nigeria side are playing at their second, their third, their fourth. You know, Onome Ebe on the bench, if she comes on, will be playing at her 6th again. She's already played a couple of tournaments, a couple of games at this tournament. 40 years of age, I mean, that is remarkable. She's not even a goalkeeper, she's a defender as well.
What are you trying to say?
That you have the stamina as goalkeepers to go on longer, and we all admire you for it. Former England #1 Karen Barsley, as the Nigeria goalkeeper Nadaisi prepares to play this ball forward.
Thanks, Vicky. Thanks for digging yourself out of that one. No, you know, you can see that England are starting to claw their way back into this game. It's taken a little bit of time. They're trying to take some enthusiasm out of this Nigerian attack, but Russo is starting to threaten in behind a bit more centrally. You can see Kira Walsh is getting her head up and looking for that pass. You know, Lucy Bronze is starting to advance more forward, and so is Jess Carter. You can see that they're willing to take that risk.
Midway through the second half, as Oshuala picks it up just inside the England half. Nigeria under pressure. Ajibade deals with it very well. Plays it out to the right-hand side, and Alozia forward now to Uchenna Kanu. Ayinde turns on a sixpence away from Lauren James. There's just a real flow to Nigeria's play that's been missing from England in this last 16 match here on 5 Live and across Australia on the ABC. A reminder, you can watch on BBC One. With the red button you can find our commentary too. Ball into the area for Nigeria, headed away by England. Lauren James will play it back into Rachel Daly again. Confidence is always there for Lauren James, and she's dealt with that well, always trying to turn defence into attack as Alessia Russo up against Alozia. But again, those one-on-one battles, as Alozia proves there, are just going the way of Nigeria at the moment as they send it out with Ushibi to that left-hand side. Plumpter finds Oshuala on the shoulder of the defence. This time it's Jess Carter who stands up well, gets the touch in, and the ball's out of play for a Nigeria throw.
Yeah, you can see that the back line for England is starting to turn into a more traditional back 4, even back 5 at times, with Rachel Daly and Lucy Bronze dropping in. Now you've got Kira Walsh protecting just at the edge of the area as well.
Out to the left-hand side go Nigeria. Here is Plumpter. Pulls it back to Ajibade, or lovely turn inside the area. Shooting opportunity perhaps as England try and scramble the ball away. They forced it out of the box. Ajibade's in there, Ayinde as well, but England just about deal with the danger and clear up towards the halfway line. Russo chests it down, but nothing is coming off for England. I mean, that's almost comical. The ball forward from Stanway hits the heel of Lauren Hemp as they look to break forward with Russo, and Nigeria come again. Ball played forward to Oshuala, right-hand side of the penalty area. Again, who's there for England? It's Greenwood. Gets the deflection. It's behind for an England corner. a Nigeria corner. England defending to do.
It's great from Nigeria. It's a real interesting combination here of direct play and build up as well. Midfield is really starting to arise and become awake. Payne is really getting on the ball from the Nigerian midfield, as well as the Nigerian number 18 is really linking up play and spreading the play nicely.
Yeah, Ayende's having a very good game. It's Payne who's over to take this corner from the near side. Again, our referee, Melissa Borjas, is just making sure that the players are behaving themselves in the 6-yard box. And Payne prepares to swing this corner in for Nigeria. It's high, it's looping, it's towards the edge of the 6-yard box, and the header is wide from Uchenna Kanu. Big opportunity for the Nigeria attacker, and she sends it behind. And now potential concern for England, because Mary Earps has gone down inside her own 6-yard box. Now, you're shaking your head already, Karen. Is this an injury or is this tactical?
I mean, for me, this is tactical. I've been asked to do this far too many times.
Always the burden falls on the keepers.
Oh, I know. But no, Mary Earps will understand that, listen, Nigeria have clawed their way back into the momentum that England was building, and this is obviously going to be a tactical reset, I think, for this England side.
So Serena Wiegman is down there on the edge of that dotted technical area. All of the players bar Mary Earps have come over. This also gives Randy Waldrum, of course, the Nigeria manager, the chance to talk to his players, and they've all come over apart from their goalkeeper, Chiamaka Nnadozie. Let's bring in Anita Asante, who's watching on. Anita.
Yeah, I think, like Karen said, it's a tactical timeout. England need it. They need to take the sting out of this game and try and swing the momentum back in their favour. Nigeria are still, causing lots of problems down the left-hand side. Tony Payne, Ayinde, Kanu again with another chance, and Nigeria the first contacts. That's my main concern, is why England isn't first to those situations, first and second phase, winning those balls, allowing Nigeria to feel that they're getting the better in the 1v1 situations. So hopefully this will give them the chance to regroup and reset.
Well, Mary Earps is still down, receiving treatment. The England players are moving away. Are you surprised, Karen, that we've not seen any changes yet? I mean, we've got 17 minutes to play in this second half, but we're heading to extra time in this Women's World Cup last 16 tie. As we say, she's got a really strong bench, Serena Wiegman.
I'll be honest, I think initially my thoughts were that this game was going to be won in the last 10 to 15 minutes, because I thought there's no way this pace is going to be tenable for the Nigerians. But actually, there's been so many stops. It's been really intermittent, and I don't think they look fatigued at all. If anything, I think they look much more confident than they did to start.
So Mary Earps is fine. She's back up to her feet, and England play the ball out of their own penalty area. Nice touch from Russo out to the right-hand side. Here is Lucy Bronze. Lauren Hemp trying to take it in a striker, defending by Ahele. Did she foul Hemp there? She stayed down, Lauren Hemp. Our referee is letting play continue. Oh, lovely turn in the centre by Georgia Stanway. As England look to come forward, she then goes down. Again, play continues. Hemp's up over on the far side. England's in possession on the halfway line as Greenwood brings it forward now. Here is Rachel Daly under pressure from Kanu, who's hit the bar with a header in this second half, just as Plumpton did in the first half with a strike that was superb from 20 yards for Nigeria. England's forced all the way back to the centre circle. This has been the World Cup of shocks. We've seen the USA exit, we've seen Germany exit, we've seen Brazil go, Canada, the reigning Olympic champions, England, the European champions, one of the huge favourites for this tournament, are 0-0 with Nigeria as Stanway drives the ball into the area. James won't quite reach it, but the ball is behind for a corner. But Nigeria will believe, Karen, that the shock is on. They're very much in this game. They've been the better side. But this is where, coming into the final 15 minutes, as you say, you would expect England to start to try and turn the screw. But it's been easier said than done throughout this whole match.
No, Nigeria have done very, very well in terms of making it really difficult for England to play. They're standing in the passing lanes. They're closing down players really, really quickly, blocking off the edge of the area. It's been hard.
Again, referee Melissa Borjas. I feel like, referees focus on particular things. I feel like this is her thing, to make sure that 6-yard area is being patrolled and that there's nothing going on that shouldn't be.
More.
Exactly. Nnadozie's been told off, the Nigeria goalkeeper. So Greenwood with this corner for England from the right-hand side. Swings it into the edge of the box. A brilliant save by Nnadozie. Outstanding Russo, and Nnadozie is there again and claims it. It was Rachel Daly with the first effort, getting forward once again, and that is an outstanding stop from Chiamaka Nnadozie. She has, for all England's failings in terms of performance overall, made some very good saves in this game.
You're absolutely right, but I mean, what a ball in and fantastic header, such great contact. And Nnadozie just deals with it. She gets set nice and early. To be fair, it's central from Rachel Daly, so she doesn't have to move too much, but the fact is the save was made and well held.
And she had to be alert as well. Russo with the follow-up, difficult chance on the angle. As the attendance is announced here at Brisbane Stadium, just shy of 50,000, 49,461. And we have to say there are a lot of red and white England flags all around us, but we see a lot of other fans in here as well, and I'm sure the majority of those based in Australia are supporting Nigeria. They've really been rooting for the underdogs. England, the favourites. What can they do here? They've won a free kick a third of the way inside the Nigeria half. It's goalless here on 5 Live as we approach the last 13 minutes of this match. We'll be heading to extra time unless there's a breakthrough. Free kick swung into the area. Russo heads it on, and it's easy for Nnadozie, who claims inside her 6-yard box. Karen Bartley.
Nigeria have been so disciplined. Their line was beautiful. It dropped all at the same time. While England was organising that wide set piece, you could see the communication between the back line, the defenders, in terms of filling the passing lanes.
4 times in 35 matches, England have failed to score under Sarina Wiegman. The 2-0 loss to Australia, goalless draws with Spain, the Czech Republic and Portugal. Now Nigeria to keep this clean sheet. So are they to take it to extra time? And perhaps penalties. We've got to say it at some point, because everything is still on the table here for both England and Nigeria. As England almost give the ball away. Oh, that's a risky back pass to Mary Earps, who does very well to chest it down inside her own 6-yard box, and there's no green shirt there to pressure her. I don't think as a goalkeeper you thank your defender for that, do you? Well, do you? It gets you a chance to show off a bit of your own close control.
No, I
give
certainly
it
never
away. Oshiwala plays it out to the right-hand side, and Kanu forced just out of the penalty area by the pass, swings the delivery in. Ajibade nods it down. Oshiwala's there, and Oshiwala fires over the bar from the edge of the penalty area. It's still goalless, but this is so tight, it's so tense, and still England are not stepping up the performance to the levels that are required for the European champions.
No. Listen, I mean, Nigeria just coming thick and fast, aren't they, in terms of like their pressure. They're making it really difficult for England to build any sort of momentum or any sort of rhythm in this game.
0-0. As the Nigerian fans over on the far side, that little knot of them are buoyed by the entire stadium chanting for them. We can see some more directly opposite us, waving the green and white flag. They will be delighted with this performance. As we mentioned, they had such a bizarre build-up, such a public row between the manager and the federation, but the bond between manager and players is on show. And between this side as well, they played so well. Ajibade, left-hand side, swings the ball into the area. Carter reads it well, as she so often does, and plays the ball out for England, who just look devoid of ideas at the moment. Here is Kira Walsh, still midway through the England half. Lucy Bronze plays it back to Jess Carter inside a penalty area, all the way back now to Mary Earps. And she will knock it forward to Alex Greenwood, out to the left-hand side, Rachel Daly. England are just taking so long to progress up the field, and to just give Nigeria something to think about. And a poor ball from Daly is stolen by Tony Payne, and here's Oshiwala. Tony Payne has it, right-hand side of the penalty area. Ajibade's arriving, Payne with the delivery. Oh, just about cleared away by England. Again, Nigeria had the green shirts committed forward, and they've won the free kick midway inside the England half. Goodness me, England need to do something here as Nigeria prepare to make a substitution. But a lovely run into the centre, and England just about dealt with it.
Yeah, it's a bit sloppy, isn't it, in terms of giving the ball away in some really dangerous areas. Not enough weight on the pass, and we just England managed to get away with one. In terms of the cross, is a bit sloppy here.
Uchibi it was who made that run and just about had that effort cleared away before she could really take charge. As Nigeria prepared to make this change, and it is Uchenna Kanu who is preparing to come off. And Francisca Ortega will come on. Her 4th World Cup for Ortega. Gave away a penalty in the opening match against Canada. Hasn't played since then, but Randy Waldrum, the Nigeria coach, turns to her now. And Nigeria have a set piece. They're on top. England have to hold firm. It's goalless here on 5 Live. Free kick into the penalty area for Nigeria. It's flicked on. It's given as a goal kick.
I think this is where we might see some quality start to drop in terms of Nigeria going to their bench. I mean, Ortega, what we've seen in some of the previous games is that she does dive in, so we might get a few opportunities here in terms of playing through Lauren James into the midfield spaces and drawing some of the Nigerian defenders out.
Well, they know her here in Australia as well. She was the first African woman to play in the Australian W League, had a spell with Sydney FC earlier in her career. And talking of Australia, commentary of Australia's last 16 match against Denmark is coming up on 5 Sports Extra. That starts at 11:30 UK time. Here in Brisbane, 8 minutes plus added time to play. We're heading for extra time and maybe penalties as Millie Bright under pressure heads the ball out to Jess Carter, clears away from Ajibade. Marcia Russo and Lauren Hemp will try and get up there. Lauren James plays the ball forward as it's cleared away. Nigeria get there again, and here is Ortega picking the ball up, the substitute out to the left-hand side, and look at the space for Ajibade as Lucy Bronze tries to get back. Ajibade's ball, looking for Oshuala, misses the header, helped on by Lauren James as England clear. Uchibi will pick it up once more for Nigeria, sends it out to the left-hand side. Ajibade waits, taking on Lucy Bronze, swings the ball into the penalty area. Oshuala's there, bounces all the way through to Rachel Daly, will clear it up towards the halfway line. Russo can't keep hold of it, and England are preparing a triple substitution as the ball is all the way back with Chiamaka Nadozie, Chloe Kelly, Bethany England. Although it might just be the double change for now. It's Ella Toone and Chloe Kelly coming on, but we've got 7 minutes to play in this match as Ortega has it on the halfway line. Are you surprised that Serena Wiegman has waited for so long? Because it's not just that it's 0-0, it's that England performance-wise have been a clear second best as Walsh, bit of hesitancy, does eventually steer it back to Mary Earps. No hesitancy whatsoever there from the England number 1. Launches it over halfway. Russo will play it back to Jess Carter.
Yeah, I am actually really surprised that it's taken this long to see some substitutions because, I mean, necessarily the game plan hasn't gone according to plan. There's just too much space emerging in the midfield that is just completely unoccupied by any sort of England player.
Here is Millie Bright coming forward out of the penalty area. Out to the left-hand side she goes, and Lauren James, who controls it beautifully. She's not really been in the game, Lauren James, although we have seen flashes of that brilliance that she's shown the 21-year-old at this World Cup now. A little bit of afters there, and James's frustration has got the better of her. She was annoyed that she didn't get the initial free kick. The referee allowed play to continue. She's got in a tangle with the fullback Michelle Alozia, and Lauren James has gone into the book, and she has to keep her head here. England have to keep their heads. This is so in the balance this last 16 time.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think the frustrations are starting to emerge. I think there might have been a bit of extras there. I'm not used to seeing that from Lauren James in terms of just leaving one on a player, but I think this is crucial in terms of these next 5 minutes in terms of just either seeing it out or just capitalising on an opportunity.
What is she doing there, Lauren James? I tell you what, I mean, the referee, it looks as though we're going to continue playing, but VAR might have a look at that and say, okay, there's not the force in it, but basically as she gets up, she stands very deliberately, you would have to say, on the back of Michelle Alozia. The referee is checking it. They're going to the screen, they're checking for a possible red card, and Lauren James might really have let herself and England down here. She's had a fantastic tournament, but what has gone through her mind there to deliberately stand on the back of Michelle Alozia? What is she doing? What is she doing? Why do that? It is honestly shades of David Beckham against Argentina. It is completely unnecessary, and I think she could be off here, Lauren James. It's not the force, it's the fact that it's deliberate, it's the fact that the officials take such a dim view of this when it comes to these sort of things. It's so unnecessary. The England players are around having a conversation with Serena Wiegmann, but England could be in big, big trouble here.
Yeah, for me it's difficult. I mean, listen, we all know how chill and casual Lauren James is and how she approaches the game. I don't know if this was, an accident. It looks deliberate to me.
Let's have a listen. She's making the TV sign. What is this decision going to be? It's huge for England.
Review. The yellow card for number 7 white is cancelled. Instead, red card for violent conduct.
Red card. Lauren James is sent off for standing on the back of Michelle Alosia. It is a moment of madness from the player that has been England's shining light at this Women's World Cup. And could that cost England their place in this Women's World Cup?
Dear me. That's taking quite an emotional turn. It's going to be about managing these next minutes here and just kind of seeing this second half out.
Huge disappointment for England and Lauren James. Well, they were up against it before. It's still 0-0, but now they only have 10 players. They're heading for extra time. We've got 3 minutes plus added time to play. There will be more added time because of that VAR review, and it looks as though they might have changed the substitution as well, because Ella Toon sat back down for now. Chloe Kelly still waiting to come on. We'll get Anita Asante's thoughts on that in a moment, but Lucy Bronze has it. Almost loses out to Ajibade. And Nigeria win the throw. Anita, let's bring you in. I mean, that is unbelievable, really, what we've seen there, that decision from Lauren James.
Yeah, really disappointing. I mean, we have sung her praises throughout the competition and we know what a talent she has. But there, I guess we see some inexperience and not keeping a calm and controlled head in a game where, it's been tight. Margins in England haven't really found their flow. They have been second best to Nigeria, but again now it's disappointing because now the team have to try and get a result without one of their star players.
So England down to 10 after James's red card. Just the one change now. It was going to be Toon and Kelly. It's just Kelly on for Alessia Russo. Goalless here. But what an incentive for Nigeria, who have been so good in this match. England have been poor, there's no two ways about it. Nigeria with the throw into the penalty area. Lucy Bronze sends it away. Rachel Daly will bring it forward, and now England can try and burst forward, and suddenly there's this urgency because they don't want extra time now, not with 10 players. Here is Chloe Kelly, just come on, down the right hand side, plays it forward, looking for the run of Lauren Hemp. Rachel Daly's in the centre, and Nadozi and Alosia between them, watch it behind, and it goes behind for a Nigeria goal kick.
And it's about, when you've got a player down as well, I mean, it's about making the right decisions in the right moments, and I mean, there's no one in the box bar Rachel Daly, and it's just, you need to recycle that and come back around the edge of the area to create better opportunity. But yeah, it needs to be better here from Lauren Hemp.
I'm not sure England have faced a bigger test under Serena Wiegmann than this. Yes, they were minutes from going out in the quarterfinals of the Euros to Spain. They found an equaliser. They took it to extra time. They won it. Yes, they had to go to extra time against Germany in the final. They found a way through Chloe Kelly at Wembley, but they're down to 10 players. They've been second best in this game. Are we to see the Lionesses become the latest shock of a World Cup full of them? It's still goalless against Nigeria. England, the European champions, down to 10. Lauren James with a moment of madness that turns her tournament on its head. Alex Greenwood in possession here on 5 Live and across Australia on the ABC. Chloe Kelly trying to get into the penalty area, but Nadozi is there and bowls it out underarm to Ayinde. Nigeria with the player advantage coming forward. Out to the left-hand side they go with Plumpter, who's hit the bar in the first half. They've hit the bar in the second through Kanu as we enter 6 minutes of added time. Ball goes out of play over on that far side. It will be a Nigeria throw. Is this about trying to see this 6 minutes out and just regather and reorganise, or do England have to go for it here? Or will they go for it and try and not go to extra time with 10 players?
I think they obviously have to first and foremost manage the fact that Nigeria have just been on top pretty much the entirety of the second half. Like really have to mitigate these opportunities, get up to the ball, block any sort of delivery that might find its way into the area, particularly around the edge of the area. We've not seen Kira Walsh lock that area off as much as perhaps we were used to.
Ball is out of play for an England throw. Nigeria aren't happy with that. It will be fascinating as well to see how this affects Nigeria's mentality, because we hear managers don't win. It sounds like an excuse often, and I think often it is, but it's actually harder to play against 10 players. But now the expectation is on Nigeria because of the way they've been playing. Yes, they were the massive underdogs coming into this match, with England being the European champions and Nigeria never having won a knockout match despite dominating continentally, record African champions. But now they're up against 10 players, they've been on top, and it will be fascinating to see if nerves creep in for Nigeria as they stand on the brink of history. Yes, they've reached the quarterfinals as their goalkeeper Nadozie has it inside a penalty area, but that's when he went straight from the group stage. This would be history if they were to knock out the Lionesses. Transformational, their manager Randy Waldrum said before this game, and now they won't get a better opportunity. So they play the ball over the halfway line. England down to 10 players, goalless here on 5 Live. And across Australia on the ABC. Lucy Bronze plays it back to Millie Bright, the captain. Out to the left-hand side, England go. At the moment, just Carter's taken up this position on the left. Because I think, they've switched to the back 4, haven't they? Lucy Bronze is out on the right-hand side. You've got Millie Bright and Alex Greenwood in the centre, and Jess Carter's come out to the left-hand side to play at left-back. So the switching formation, but England down to 10. That's why they've done it. Here is him, outside the area, won't find Stanway. Cleared away by Nigeria. We play 2 minutes of the minimum 6 added on at the end of this second half. We're heading for extra time. It's goalless. England are down to 10 players. Lauren James, their player of the tournament, sent off for deliberately standing on the back of Michelle Alozia. You wonder what was going through the minds of the 21-year-old. She will be so disappointed in herself. But England have to regroup. They have to refocus. They're still in this game. It's still goalless. But from here, this would be huge if the Lionesses were to get through. They have the ball outside their own penalty area. Karen Bardsley.
I'll tell you what, down to 10 players, this might be one of the better spells I've seen so far from England. They're keeping possession much, much better.
They almost lose it. Oshuala won't pick up on that ball over the top though, and England have it once more. Rachel Daly out to the left-hand side. Yes, it is fascinating, isn't it, Karen? We talk about mentality shifts. There's a freedom that's coming to the Lionesses play because they know their World Cup hopes are in the balance here. Goalless on 5 Live and the ABC. They have the ball in the centre circle. We have 2.5 minutes of added time to play. We're heading to extra time. Here is Lucy Bronze. Out to the right-hand side she goes to Lauren Hemp, and now England slow the play down once again. A couple of interchange passes. They're trying to pull Nigeria out of shape. Stanway looking for the run of Hemp. It's well defended again by Nigeria over on that far side. Mehid goes down. Referee happy to allow play to continue, but they've dealt with it well there, Nigeria. Plumpter will bring the ball away. Bronze on the stretch. Sees the ball go out off her for a Nigeria throw. Midway through the Nigeria half, just over 2 minutes of added time to play. England 0, Nigeria 0 in the last 16 of the Women's World Cup. Karen Bardsley.
Oh, this is tense, Vicky. This is really, really tense. But you can see that you're right. There does seem to be a bit more freedom in this England game plan. The spaces are suddenly, believe it or not, smaller. Like the play is being connected and linked to the midfield better. And the addition of Chloe Kelly, whether she's come on with a message, but yeah, she looks like she's already kind of leading the front of the line, in terms of when to go forward and when for the midfield to join in.
Yeah, it's almost as though Daly and Kelly are the two at the moment up top. It's quite fluid at the moment. The one thing that is staying stable is England going back to this back four with Kira Walsh just sitting in front of it. England, who are down to 10 players, they have a throw deep in their own territory. We've got just a minute of added time to play. It's goalless in the last 16 of the Women's World Cup. England, one of the huge favourites pre-tournament. Many people's outright favourites now, with the departures of the likes of the USA, of Germany, Brazil and Canada gone as well. But their hopes are in the balance here for the European champions. We're heading for extra time, and they'll have to play that with 10 players after Lauren James was sent off for a moment of madness, standing on the back of Michelle Alozia. England win the throw just inside the Nigeria half on this left-hand side. Here is Jess Carter, who's come over to this left-back position. Has Rachel Daly in front of her. Chloe Kelly's there as well, the heroine of Wembley, with that yellow headband, and she chests the ball down, having come off the bench. It's cleared away by Alozia, and then Uchibi helps it on, and England have to watch the Nigeria counter. They're so good in transition, but they do well. They get the block in, spins out of play for a Nigeria throw on the halfway line, and there's a slight sense here that Nigeria don't want to throw it away. They'll back themselves in extra time. They have the extra player. They've been the better side here at Brisbane Stadium, and it will be extra time. Well, this arguably is the biggest challenge of Sarina Wiegman's reign. The European champions have their World Cup hopes in the balance. We're heading for an extra 30 minutes, possibly penalties, and they'll have to do it without Lauren James after her red card. Karen Bardsley.
I'll tell you what, Vic, so I'm in a bit of disbelief here. I can't really believe what I've seen, and to see how well Nigeria have done, and the fact that arguably the best football we've seen from England was at the last few minutes of added time is just a strange one to me. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Big half hour coming up for Sarina Wiegman and the Lionesses. We're going to extra time. After the 90, it's England 0, Nigeria 0.
Big story developing here in Brisbane as we head into extra time. England down to 10 players after Lauren James was sent off. A straight red card. Peter, on social, if you want to get involved, by the way, you can text 85058. We can have a little chat at 5 Live Sport as well. But so far, Peter, I really like Lauren James, but she deserves every bit of that red card. Jen has said absolutely stupid, Lauren James, that you're better than that. Matty, Lauren James having a David Beckham moment, wearing the number 7 at the World Cup. Christopher has got in touch. I wonder what goes through a footballer's mind to think, yeah, I'll just walk on this player's back, I'll be fine. And Michael has said Lauren James, that is, needs to be held accountable if England go on to lose this. Completely unacceptable to make that kind of decision, especially when England are up against it as it is. Made a tough job. That bit tougher now. Anita Asante, with your coaching hat on, you probably, can understand the frustrations that are boiling over inside Lauren James's head. But would that just come down to inexperience and the frustration that the fact she hadn't really been involved in the game as well?
Yeah, most definitely. I think one of my frustrations watching this game is that she hasn't really been effective. She hasn't really found her foot in this game, and perhaps that's when the management too starts to look at the pictures and go, do we need to start making changes so that we potentially avoid scenarios like this? But of course, it comes down to the frustration of her not being as involved and not doing the things that she wants to do or getting the service that she would like. But it's also a lack of football intelligence and maturity, handling the game management side of it. When you're not in the game, how can you get yourself in the game? What are the things that you can do to try and get a foothold and not lash out and not kind of see red and do silly things as we saw.
And also, because she was this shining star that we saw in the group games and the goals that she scored, and she was getting her own fan base out here in Australia, and she's on the world stage as well, so more eyes, more spotlight is on her. She was heading to be the player of this tournament, surely.
Most definitely. It's really disappointing because it kind of tarnishes all the good stuff and all the good work that she has done up until this point. She is a superstar, and hopefully she will grow from this experience. But her team now have lost a player that has the ability to turn the game on its head in just an individual moment, and now you don't have that player on the pitch. So it's like I say, we can't explain why she lost her head in that scenario, but of course she will learn from that, and it is an experience, because maybe she hasn't come into many games where she's not on the ball and she's not having the impact that she would like.
Yeah, we don't know how Lauren James is feeling right now. I can't imagine she's feeling great about what's happened. Only she will know why she did what she did in that split second. But the 10 players of England are back out against the 11 of Nigeria for this first half of extra time. And to talk you through it, we rejoin Karen Bardsley with Vicky Sparks.
Thanks, Jules. Well, Nigeria are making a change at the start of extra time. Midfielder Halimatu Ayinde is coming off. And born in London, Jennifer, although she goes by Jo, Echigini is coming on. Former Arsenal youngster, currently playing for Florida State University in the USA, is on. What an opportunity this is for Nigeria. They have never won a knockout match at the Women's World Cup, but they're up yet against the European champions, but against the European champions in England, who are down to 10 players after Lauren James's red card, and have been a shadow of the side that we saw against China in the final group stage match, and when they won the Euros last summer on that glorious night at Wembley. What a tournament they had then. What a performance they need now, if they are not to exit the World Cup at the last 16 stage. And when they've reached the last 16 on the previous two occasions, they've gone through on both of those occasions. So Nigeria in possession, playing in the all bright green kit, and they're coming forwards quickly with the substitutes. Echigini plays it out to the left-hand side, and Alozia, who was involved in that Lauren James red card. Lauren James, if you're just joining us, standing on the back deliberately of Michelle Alozia off the ball. It was completely unnecessary. She was initially given a yellow card. It was overturned after a VAR review. Sent off. England's player of the tournament so far. What a cruel end to this game for her. Will it be the end of England at the Women's World Cup? Out to the right-hand side go Nigeria. They have options on the edge of the penalty area as the ball is played into Asisat Oshuala, their star player who's come off the bench in the second half. Now they have it on the right-hand side. Here is Ajibade with the cropped blue hair. Her ball into the box is blocked away and cleared up towards the halfway line. So England with Earps in goal. They've got the back four now of Lucy Bronze, Millie Bright, Alex Greenwood and Jess Carter. Ahead of them, it's the midfield four of Lauren Hemp, currently on the right-hand side at the moment. Rachel Daly on the left, Stanway and Walsh back from injury in the centre. The ball into the area. Oh, big shout for a penalty for Nigeria. The referee takes a look at it, says no initially. Mary Earps has claimed the ball. Nigeria still have a player down. VAR, of course, will be looking, and it seems like an age ago, Karen Bardsley, but of course England were awarded a penalty in the first half that was then overturned after a VAR review. It's been a busy night for VAR as the referee eventually stops play to make sure that Nigeria's player Michelle Alozia is okay. Gosh, she's had an interesting evening here in Brisbane. Morning, of course, with you back in the UK, involved in that Lauren James red card, and now with the penalty appeal for Nigeria, she does get bumped into by Lucy Bronze, who then goes down herself very theatrically. What do we reckon, Karen Bardsley?
Oh, well, I think to your point, yeah, I'm seeing sights of Rachel Daly going down in the first half in a very similar way. Perhaps slightly more on that one from Lucy Bronze, though.
Yeah, it's one of those anywhere else on the pitch, and that's given as a foul, but so often they seem to not be given in the penalty area. Keeping an eye on the screen, but we're underway, so VAR will have had a look, they'll be happy. And I wonder, possibly, if that Rachel Daly incident was on their mind there. They want consistency, of course we all do in refereeing decisions. And as Karen says, there was possibly a little bit more in that one for Nigeria, as Lucy Bronze tries to pick up the ball, concedes the foul, and Nigeria playing from right to left in the second half take the free kick quickly. Just to finish England's lineup, Chloe Kelly is leading the line at the moment up front for England. We'll take you through Nigeria's in a moment as they spread the ball out to the right hand side. Good ball by Ohale, picked up on that right hand side by Ajibade. Delivery into the area is high. Oshuala's in there, misses the header, spins out before Alozia can get there. And Lauren Hemp will pick it up on the right-hand side for England, but she can only clear it out of play. It bounces off the top of England's dugout. That white word England emblazoned on top of the blue. You've got the England flag on there as well. And just in front of it stands Serena Wiegman, her hands behind her back in her dark suit, knowing that her lionesses her European champions need to show their mettle. They're down to 10 players. We're into extra time at the Women's World Cup in the last 16. It's goalless with Nigeria, the record time African champions, who have been very impressive, and they've been the better side as they have it just inside the England half. Played forward well, intercepted by Lucy Bronze, who steps up well. A reminder, you can watch this match on BBC One if you'd like to. Press the red button and sync it up with our commentary. Kira Walsh, suddenly there's space, there's the ball. Rachel Daly picks it up, left hand side. She slows down as she's pressured by Odega, who's done very well there, gets in front of Rachel Daly, goes out in the end for an England throw. So let's take you through Nigeria's lineup. They have Nadozie in goal, who's made some very good saves, their captain. The back four of Alozia, Ohale, Demahin and Plumpter, the former England Youth International. Ahead of them it's Uchibi and Echigini, and then Ajibade, Payne and Odega supporting now Oshiwala, their star player who's come off the bench in the second half up front. England have the throw over on the far side. Goalless here on 5 Live and across Australia on the ABC. Rachel Daly, who's probably had the best openings that England have fashioned in this match, plays it back to Alex Greenwood. Little triangular passes between Greenwood and Daly and Walsh. As Greenwood now plays it forward. Lovely control down the left-hand side from Jess Carter. Ball is out of play for an England throw deep in Nigeria territory. Karen Bardsley.
How the tables have turned, Vicky Sparks. I mean, goodness me, this Nigerian side looks like they're the higher-ranked team at this moment in time, and it certainly doesn't help with, you know, England down to 10 players as well. It doesn't really look like there's much of an attacking outlet, and if there is one, it's come from the progressions of Lucy Bronze dribbling out, because we've seen Lauren Hemp try to play the ball into space and there's just no one there.
Over on the far side, England prepared to launch this throw-in. Headed away powerfully by Ajibade for Nigeria. Oshiwala's touch, though, almost takes it back into her own penalty area. Daly can't latch onto it, and it's cleared away by Nigeria, who are sitting very deep. And you do just wonder, they're on the brink of history here, Nigeria. They've never won a knockout match at the Women's World Cup. Yes, they've made the quarterfinals, but that was when the group stage went straight to the last 8. To make the quarterfinals again, to do so by getting their first knockout win, as that ball out to the left-hand side won't be controlled by Carter and is out for a Nigeria throw. And to do so by knocking out the European champions England. Transformational, Randy Waldrum said, their manager, it would be before this match. And now, with the player advantage, there is an expectancy on this Nigeria side that they haven't had to cope with so far in this game. 7 minutes of extra time are gone. The ball over the top is headed away by Lucy Bronze, helped on by Georgia Stanway. Nigeria get their own head on it through Achibi and play it out to the right-hand side. Here is Ohale. Excellent performances all round from this Nigeria side as Ajibade plays it forward. Oshiwala won't quite get there. It's played to the left-hand side, and the shot is skewed wide on the angle by Alozia. Well, she's the story of this match. Trodden on by Lauren James, which saw the England attacker sent off. Straight red card. Penalty appeal a few moments ago, and they're bursting into the area, letting fly and hitting the side netting.
I'll tell you what, Vicky, I mean, England have really, really dodged a bullet there, because, I mean, that's really a poor attempt on goal from Alozia, the Nigerian wide player, but it's about trying to make sure that we make play as predictable as possible for this England side, and fortunately it was wide and off target.
Well, she's had a fascinating game. She's got a fascinating backstory as well. She's got a degree in molecular biology from Yale, and she actually works as a cancer research technician in her spare time. So she'll go and train with Houston Dash, she'll finish that, she'll go off to the lab for a few hours, wants to go into medicine when she retires. But I'll tell you what, she's made her mark on this Women's World Cup. Michelle Alozia, still goalless though, between England and Nigeria here on 5 Live and across Australia on the ABC. If you're Serena Wiegmann, Karen, tactically, what are you thinking about in terms of extra time? Are you trying to pin your hopes on this, or is there an element that penalties with England having 10 players is something to play for? We're not seeing England do that at the moment as they win the throw over on this right-hand side.
I mean, it is so difficult. I mean, think of all the situations she has to consider. I mean, if she makes any substitutions, she could potentially be taking off one of her best penalty takers. You know, is she willing to kind of risk that at this moment in time, or is she essentially just playing to get to penalties now? You've got arguably the world's best goalkeeper in goal. You'd quite like to think that she'd back Mary Earps and the rest of this England squad in penalties, but really need an attacking outlet here.
And England are stretched here. The 10 players of England are. Jess Carter's gone sliding in there. Advantage is played. Oshawa almost latching onto it in the penalty area. Greenwood gets the foot in, sends the ball out to the right-hand side. Oshawala's kept it in. Ball into the area. Cleared away by England once more. Jess Carter is up. We'll see if the referee, when the ball goes out of play, gives further punishment for Carter. I think that was definitely worthy of a yellow, but it was a good advantage played. Oshawala was in a good position, and Nigeria come again. They're building that momentum once more. Almost 10 minutes played in extra time as the ball is into the area by Alozie. A little deflection on the way through, headed up by Greenwood, not convincingly. Daly will help it on to Carter, who does clear that convincingly out of play. Let's see if the referee does book Jess Carter. No, I think she's got away with that there, Karen.
Can I just say as well, like, Alex Greenwood has had an absolutely outstanding evening. But no, that was a mega challenge from Jess Carter there. Could have potentially definitely been a foul there.
Yeah, lucky not to go into the book there, Jess Carter, and England have to keep their discipline. Lauren James already sent off in this match. As Nigeria waste that throw, foul throw. And it will be an England throw midway through their own half as England's fans inside Brisbane Stadium raise their voices. They know the Lionesses need them here, but they've lost possession from the throw, England, and it will be a throw to Nigeria midway through the England half. Millie Bright back there in the heart of the defence, wearing the captain's armband in the absence of Leah Williamson. She's such a leader, Bright. They need leaders all around the pitch now, the Lionesses, as Daly makes that block, and it's another throw to Nigeria.
Yeah, you can see Georgia Stanway is obviously taking a much more defensive position alongside Kira Walsh on her left. And really, I think, obviously, besides trying to advance the attack, it's about protecting the back line now.
Ajibade, lovely work down the right-hand side from Nigeria. Whips the delivery in, plenty of green shirts in there. Oh, Hale, the defender, went for an overhead kick. Oshawala was in there as well. And it's been deemed a dangerous act of play by the referee, so it will be a free kick to England just inside their own penalty area. It was Oshawala in the end who was in there with Stanway, went for the overhead. Stanway made connection with it with her head. Oshawala got her foot on it as well. Almost between them, the ball span away and Oshawala penalised for dangerous play.
That's great defending from Georgia Stanway. She absolutely executed that exquisitely. Really brave to make sure she got that defensive clearance, but what a piece of magic that would have been from Oshawala. That's why she's such a flair player at Barcelona. For Nigeria, yeah, really exciting.
She is their star woman. She's off the bench to try and help Nigeria make history, but we are still goalless. 3 minutes to play in the first half of extra time. Out to the right-hand side goes Oshawala again. Oh, she's done brilliantly down to the byline. Oh, the delivery's off the bar. It's one of those where you think the cross has been miscued, but it nicks off the top of the crossbar and spins away. And in fact, the flag is up over on that far side. I think the ball might have spun out of play just as it came back to bounce off on the top of the crossbar. But goodness me, heart in mouth moment for Mary Earps in England.
Have to be fair though, Oshawala, you know what speed she has, but yeah, she's really working that wide channel as well. And look at me singing the praises of Alex Greenwood, and Oshawala got around her like she's a traffic cone.
As we say, she's a former Arsenal player, former Liverpool player. It didn't work for her in the WSL. She didn't show the talent that many who've watched her over the years knew she had, but she went to Spain, and my word, she has excelled with Barcelona. European champions and Spanish champions. Can she find a way to hurt England? Or can England see out what would be one of their most impressive results, given how poorly they played, given the fact they're down to 10 players? From this point, to get through to the quarterfinals for the Lionesses would be an example of their resilience, of actually winning when they've not played well at all. And there's not been many performances like this under Serena Wiegmann. Can they find a way, the Lionesses? Nigeria in possession, out to the right-hand side, that ball goes out of play, and it will be a throw to England midway through their own half. It's goalless here on 5 Live and across Australia on the ABC. Alex Greenwood picks it up just outside the penalty area. Do you think they look more comfortable? It's hard to judge, isn't it? Because they've only switched formations since they've gone down to 10 players. But do they look more comfortable with this 4 at the back?
I think it's not necessarily the 4 at the back that are providing the comfort for me in possession. It's Kira Walsh and Georgia Stanway maintaining control in the midfield that I think would suggest that there's more control. But there's obviously so many numbers being pushed forward by Nigeria. You have to have 4 now. It's 5v4 in this back line for England.
Here is Ohale, the centre half. Crossfield pass out to the left-hand side, and Alozia is really getting forward, having been pushed into that more advanced position. Out to the right-hand side go Nigeria once more. In field to Tony Payne as the option of Ajibade, and uses her, but Ajibade can't trap that. It was just in front of her from Tony Payne, and the ball goes out of play for an England throw. 0-0.
Yeah, again, they're managing this game really well, for what it's worth. With 10 players, they've taken the tempo completely out of this game.
So we're into 1 minute of added time at the end of this first half of extra time. England 0, Nigeria 0, still in the last 16 of the Women's World Cup. England down to 10 players after Lauren James was sent off for standing on the back of Michelle Alozia. What was going through her mind? Huge moment of disappointment for James and for England. Can they get out of jail? Can they see themselves through? The ball over the top is collected by Nnadozie. And time ticks on, and it ticks ever closer. 2 penalties. There we go, half-time in extra time. It is still England 0, Nigeria 0. Jules.
One of my friends has texted me while this first period of extra time was taking place and says that Lauren James was actually front page news over in the UK this morning, and I replied, well, she could be again tomorrow, but I doubt she will be smiling. Anita Asante, the 10 players of England, do they look better now that they're down to 10?
Well, better as in, I think, yes, they've had to adapt their shape to manage the opposition. Going into that back 4 just gives them the balance going against a team that commits a lot of numbers into that front line, sometimes 4 or 5 attacking players. In the midfield, having 2 pivots that can secure play, especially in transition. If England win the ball back, then they got the numbers behind to try and get to control, to maybe then progress the ball. Comfortable in that sense, but it's a forced adaptation. It's not something they would have wanted to do. It's not something that's going to necessarily give them the chance to utilise, their attacking threats.
Yeah, we've just seen Serena Wiegman delivering her messages for them as we head into the second period of extra time. Just very quickly, Anita, on the red card for Lauren James, because it is a massive turning point. It is a huge talking point. Tournament regulations, automatic 1-match ban for the red card, with FIFA disciplinary committee to decide if further punishment needed. Very, very quickly, as there are a couple of substitutions taking place. Do you think there will be further punishment?
I think potentially. We saw that with a Nigerian player that missed 3 games, from the first opening game when she picked up a red card, so definitely could be.
Right, we are about to get underway. We could still go to penalties. Karen Bardsley alongside Vicky Sparks.
Thanks very much, Jules. Yes, that changed. Bethany England is on for England. Lauren Hemp is off. And yeah, that's a good point there by Anita. Deborah Abiodun is serving the final game of this 3-match ban for Nigeria. And again, you're spot on, Jules. The regulations, it's definitely 1 game, but they do allow themselves to do more FIFA, and they seem to take that position. That was a terrible tackle from Abiodun against Canada, and they gave her a 3-match ban for that. And I think we may see more than 1 match for Lauren James because of the deliberateness of the action, deliberately standing on the back off the ball of Michelle Alozia. And it was that moment, as people have texted in, it did come to mind, David Beckham against Argentina in 1998. Unnecessary, unneeded, and ultimately costly. Just how costly will it be for England? It's still goalless. We could still go to penalties, and I wonder whether Nigeria will really step it up in this second half of extra time with the player advantage. So they have it at the back with their goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie. And they play the ball over the top, looking for those runners, headed away by Alex Greenwood. Well won by Echigini, one of those players who's come on for Nigeria. Ajibade is there, receives it from Odega, another substitute, and Ajibade won't quite reach it, and the ball goes out for a goal kick. So England with Mary Earps in goal. The back four of Jess Carter, Alex Greenwood, Millie Bright and Lucy Bronze. Ahead of them it's Rachel Daly, Kira Walsh, Georgia Stanway and Chloe Kelly taking up the wide position now, with Bethany England having come on at half-time and extra time through the centre as Mary Earps prepares to take this goal kick for both her and Nadozi. How do you stay focused as a former goalkeeper at this moment, Karen Barzi, when you know you could be less than 15 minutes away from penalties?
Yeah, it's really difficult because you have to manage, obviously, the preparation to potentially go into a penalties. And but I think this is what Mary, I think where she separates herself, is that she's so focused about being in the moment. She will have done all the preparation up until this point in time. She will know essentially where every single penalty taker will go, and now it's just making sure that you get there.
So throw to England, just inside the Nigeria half. Goalless here on 5 Live in the ABC. Bethany England gets there but can only head the ball straight out of play, and it's a throw to Nigeria midway through their own half. So Nigeria, who have Nadozi in goal. Change formation a little bit. Ajibade is now playing at right back. They've still got a Harley, Demahin and Plumpton making up the rest of that back line as Ajibade goes down the right-hand side. Nice little 1-2, gets it back from Odega. Ajibade down to the byline, plays the ball across. Oshuala's in there. Went for the overhead kick once again. Bounces away. Odega's effort is blocked and will spin to Bethany England. She can't keep hold of it initially. It's well shielded by Uchibi. Out to the right-hand side she goes once more, and Ajibade, who's looking ever more dangerous, lifts the ball in. Alozie is there, misses the header. Good pressure from Lucy Bronze and cleared away by Chloe Kelly. So Uchibi and Echigini in the midfield. Alozia is pushed up with Payne and Odega supporting Oshuala up front as Nigeria, all in bright green, come again. They play the ball out to this right-hand side. Here is Ajibade. Cross blocked on the edge of the area by Jess Carter, spins out for a Nigeria throw. 12 minutes of extra time to play. It is still England 0, Nigeria 0 on 5 Live and across Australia on the ABC. At the Women's World Cup last 16, England, the European champions, a player down after Lauren James's red card. Their hopes are in the balance. Ajibade's delivery. It's looping, it's towards Oshuala. Alozia can't latch onto it. Chloe Kelly, though, can't bring it away for England. Here is Plumpton, the former England Youth International, one of 2 Nigeria players who've hit the bar in this game. They've been outstanding, Nigeria. They have belied their tag as underdogs, and the Lionesses, quite simply, even before that red card late in the second half for Lauren James, have not lived up to their billing as favourites in terms of performance. Nigeria come over the halfway line once again. Ball forward, looking for the run in the centre, and Ortega on the stretch can only find the side netting as the angle disappeared. Karen Bardsley.
You can see Mary Earps saw that ball was coming over the top, and she started to creep over to this near post side, and she was on the front foot, more than ready for anything that could potentially end up on goal. So really well read from her. I know it probably doesn't seem important, but that's why she stands out as the best.
And if we talk about momentum, we talk about form as Mary Earps prepares to take this goal kick. How important is it going into a penalty shootout? Because we're 10 minutes away, that's where we're heading. How important is it to almost get a bit of momentum going in the game going into that? Or is that irrelevant for a keeper?
Well, we saw it last night, didn't we, against Sweden in the US? It's about transitions.
Yeah, Bethany England just getting a toe on it, but can't squeeze it out to the right-hand side. And Chloe Kelly and the 10 players of England must regroup once more.
But, it's all about being in that moment, and again, going back to what I said earlier about Mary Earps, she's so good at doing that, and I think that's probably what the Lionesses can rely on at this moment in time, just making sure they get themselves there, because I think they have every single confidence that they could win that if it went to penalties.
It would be a get out of jail free card if they were to do that. England down to 10 players. They've been poor, there's no two ways about it, but they're still in this. It's goalless with Nigeria, and we are ticking through extra time. 9.5 minutes to play, or it's penalties. Bethany England has it, right-hand side. Here is Chloe Kelly looking for the run of Kira Walsh, getting forward here. Cleared away by Demahin for Nigeria. Lovely bit of skill over on that left-hand side. And the clearance is completed up towards Oshiwala. That was beautiful play by the midfielder Uchibi. She's had a very good game. As Rachel Daly picks it up for England in the centre circle. Here is Alex Greenwood, forward now to Kira Walsh. Out to the right-hand side she goes, and almost a brilliant pass to Chloe Kelly, but Plumpter reads that well, the former England Youth International, and it's all the way back with Ndozi. 9 minutes of extra time to play. England 0, Nigeria 0.
It's a fine line. I think, bringing on Beth England, she's probably, no disrespect, but we're used to working in isolation at Spurs. She chases everything down. I think this actually might suit her because we know what we'll get from Beth England. She will chase and chase and chase until she's got nothing left in the tank.
Good interception by Tony Payne in the centre of the park for Nigeria, and here goes Ordega. Very well won by Jess Carter. Had to do that too, otherwise it would have been 2-on-1 against Carter down that right-hand side. It's a Nigeria throw. England are holding on for now. 8 minutes of extra time to play. It's goalless. They have the player deficit after Lauren James was shown red late on in the second half. Nigeria with the throw. England have to hold firm here. The European champions, their World Cup hopes are in the balance. Long throw into the area, headed away by Jess Carter from Ohale. Nigeria will try and win back possession, but Bethany England has it just inside the Nigeria half, and this is what she's so good at, driving forward at that Nigeria back line, but the support isn't up there. She had Kelly, but she was surrounded by green shirts, and they do well, as they have done all match, and get it back to Ndozi, the goalkeeper.
Yeah, well spotted there, Vix. I mean, again, Bethany England is in fact isolated, and we see a stoppage of play there.
Yeah, turnover of possession because the clearance from Demahin has hit the referee, so England pick up the ball, but possession has changed and Nigeria will have a drop ball inside their own half.
But yeah, Beth England is really good at kind of playing with her back to goal or holding up play, but the problem is that the support is so slow to come, so it's, do you slow down momentum and let Nigeria reshape and then wait for the play to progress, or do you try to take players on 1, 2, 3v1?
Demahin's delivery into the area. Ortega was up there, but England defend it well. It goes behind for a goal kick. 7 minutes of added time to play. It's still goalless. And now is when we start to see substitutions being made, potentially with penalties in mind. Desire Aparanozi is preparing to come on for Nigeria. And the player that she will replace will be Tony Payne. So Aparanozi makes her first appearance of this Women's World Cup. It's her 4th World Cup. She captained them at the World Cup 2019. And again, we talk about all the off-field issues that Nigeria's federation had with the coach and the real public clash. One of the things that Randy Waldron said about Desire Paranozi was that she was banned from the national side after speaking out about pay and conditions. He had to persuade the Nigerian Football Federation to let him call her back up. She's on the pitch now after recovering from injury. Will she have a key part to play? An injury here, near side. Ajibade is down, Rachel Daly as well. Clash of heads and the physios are on. And this game is becoming very stop-start, Karen. And as it stops and as it starts, penalties seem ever more likely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair challenge as well. Well, actually, come to think of it, there was a bit of an elbow there into the face of Rachel Daly, which I didn't see initially. But yeah, to your point, it's so difficult to kind of build any sort of momentum or any sort of rhythm when a game is like this. And, from the looks of things, everything we've seen in the last first half of extra time has just been about getting over the line. There's no attacking outlet really for England. They've been able to maintain possession fairly well, but again, that momentum shifted. So it'll be really difficult. I think all eyes will be focused on just making sure that you don't concede and getting to a penalty shootout.
So both players are back up to their feet. Ajibade for Nigeria and Rachel Daly for England. And we play on 5 minutes of extra time to go. We're heading to penalties. Both players are up there waiting to come back on the field of play. Ndozi is given the ball, the Nigeria goalkeeper, by our referee, Mr. Borjas, and plays it out to her centre half, Ohale. Now here is Demahin. This is getting to the time where you know that one error, one chance can be the difference between despair and delight. Nigeria come down the right-hand side. Here is Ohale. A little bit of space in the centre. Lovely turn as well from Ichibi. Sprays the ball out to the left-hand side, looking for the run of Alozia. England intercepts. One back though by Odega for Nigeria. Here's Alozia. On the left-hand side, Plumpton gets involved, plays it straight to Lucy Bronze, but picked up by Odega. Good challenge over on the far side by Georgia Stanway. Lucy Bronze using all of that experience to shield the ball, but she can only play it out for a throw deep in England territory to Nigeria. 3.5 minutes of extra time to play, and the Nigeria fans inside the stadium are raising their voices. Throws into the penalty area, chested down by Oshuala, and Mary Earps is right behind it at her near post and makes the save for England.
Oshuala does really well. She peels off the back line and creates space for herself, and then just takes a quick snapshot, which she's so good at. You see her do it all the time at Barcelona, Champions League, etc., but Mary Earps is very much equal to it. It's a pretty routine collapse save for Mary Earps.
3 minutes of extra time to play. It is goalless between the European champions England, who played the entirety of extra time at 10 players after Lauren James was sent off, a moment of madness late on in the second half, against Nigeria. Again, we have players down on the far side. Alozia is one of them. England have a player down as well. Georgia Stanway. Both players just getting back up to their feet, but it just feels, doesn't it, no player wants to make a mistake. There's almost a fear here of going for the decisive moment because of what it could cost both sides.
Yeah, you know, listen, there's no discounting the desire here, but I think it's about trying to make the right decisions, to your point, Vicky. And I think this might be something where England can potentially capitalize. You know, set piece, player down, this might be in their favor.
It's just inside the Nigeria half. Both Stanway and Alozia are up to their feet. Ball swung into the edge of the penalty area. Bethany England's there. She wins the header. Oh, and the flick won't be connected with by the captain, Millie Bright, on the stretch at the far post. And you have to say chances for England have been few and far between in this last 16 tie, but that was a chance. Was it the chance? I think I can answer that. Bright would have been offside.
Oh, that's so frustrating, but well done for Beth England getting a touch on that. And Millie Bright at the back post, but yeah, clearly she was in a position that she wasn't meant to be in.
Yeah, just didn't quite hold the line. And more concern for England here as Katie Zellem prepares to come on now. Set piece specialist Zellem. Kira Walsh is coming off. She's not moving incredibly comfortably. I have to say, we'd not noticed that previously, but this is also, I'm sure, with penalties in mind, because Katie Zellem, the Manchester United captain, is such a specialist from the spot. And she is on, and Kira Walsh is off. We are into the final minute of added time. It is still goalless here on 5 Live. Naga Manchetti will follow us here on 5 Live, but we will stay with the Lionesses until the conclusion of this game as they bid to stay in the World Cup. And it looks ever more likely that if they're to do so, it will have to be via penalties. They're in possession. They're down to 10 players after Lauren James's red card late in the second half. They play the ball out. It's a throw to England on the halfway line on the far side. Karen Bardsley.
I'm just thinking about Kira Walsh coming off there, and I'm just wondering if, you know, starting Kira Walsh is probably the best decision for her and the team. But I think big ask for Katie Zellem to come into this game at this stage and just get into the flow of it.
Well, she's got a touch there. She's lost the ball. Nigeria come down the right-hand side as we enter 3 minutes of added time at the end of extra time, and Ajibade's done brilliantly for Nigeria, tussling with Rachel Daly. Ajibade, ball right-hand side of the penalty area, swings it in left-footed. The header is up, it's not clear. England do get contact on it. Oh, and that's brave from Bethany England. High boot on the edge of the area, but England kept her head high, went in for that, no holds barred, and she wins the free kick for England just inside their own penalty area.
Again, Rachel Daly does pretty well to get back. I thought, you know, the Nigerian winger had a head start on her, but did well to kind of slow down the cross and the delivery, but very brave defending, as you say, Vicky, from Beth England, to put her head on it there. And receive a bit of a boot to the face.
2 minutes of added time to play at the end of extra time. England 0, Nigeria 0. England, who are clear favourites coming into this match. But don't let the red card fool you. Of course that hasn't helped them in extra time, but they've been second best pretty much for the entire game. Nigeria, who've never won a World Cup knockout match in their history. They played at every edition since the tournament was introduced officially in 1991. They've been outstanding. They will feel they deserve to go through. But we're heading for penalties unless there is to be a goal in the last 90 seconds here in Brisbane Stadium on 5 Live and across the ABC in Australia. Ohale for Nigeria as they have it midway through their own half. Here is Plumpton. Has the option in the centre of Ortega, but goes back to Demahin. Plays the ball over the top. Alex Greenwood is beaten in the air, but Jess Carter is there, thumps away on the edge of the penalty area. Reminder, you can watch this match on BBC One. Press the red button to listen to our commentary as well. Lovely turn by Chloe Kelly inside the centre circle. Is there to be one final chance for England? They've been few or far between, but if they score now, surely they're through to the quarter-finals. They play the ball forward, it's cleared away, and will go out of play off a Paranosi for a throw to England on the halfway line.
England are really struggling to get any sort of width in these wide areas in terms of attacks. Everything's really, really central, and Nigeria have done really well to kind of narrow England off and really stall any sort of attack before it starts.
Cleared away by Nigeria and their excellent midfielder Christy Uchibi. Will Nigeria have one final chance? Plumpton plays it out to the left-hand side. Alozia picks it up, well challenged by Lucy Bronze. Bethany England has it, but she has to turn back into her own half, but does find Chloe Kelly in space. England still just over the halfway line. Kelly as well dispossessed again by Uchibi, who's been outstanding for Nigeria. England pick it up once more. Here is Lucy Bronze. 5 seconds to play. No, that's it. That is it. It finishes 0-0 between England and Nigeria in the last 16 of the Women's World Cup after extra time. And we are heading for a penalty shootout as the Lionesses, the European champions, look to stay in this World Cup. Jules.
And the Nigerian fans, we've just seen shots of them on our television screens in and around us. They are right in the corner on the far side, right by the corner flag. They have been drumming and they have been dancing their hearts out throughout this match. Now it goes to penalty, Anita Asante. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling tense. I'm on the edge of my seat, to be honest. This was a tight game, and England largely didn't perform over the course of the match, and Nigeria will feel a little bit, potentially aggrieved because that they haven't managed to score, hitting the woodwork on a few occasions and having the better chances and goal attempts. So, this would be a chance now for England to just regroup and reset and get in the mindset as well of taking penalties.
Would you suggest this is a better moment for England? And bearing in mind what we saw yesterday with the USA and Sweden, USA having all that momentum when it came to penalties, they lost, Sweden go through. You could suggest that Nigeria, with all the domination, the performance and the momentum that they've had in this match so far, technically are England better prepared going into this?
Well, I think penalties at the end of the day is just about, those who can steady their nerves and have the quality to finish. So anything can happen regardless of the overall performance in the game. England haven't performed at their best, but they've dug deep to get themselves in this position ultimately. And yeah, like you said, we saw Sweden overcome USA, who would have felt like they had the better chances and the momentum to progress. But that's the cruel game. That's football.
I just wonder what you think of the match overall, because people will look back on this as they go throughout their day. And Ellen White said to our colleagues on BBC television at half-time of the match of the 90, she said it's confusing why this is such a shock for England. They would have done their homework, and she said she's surprised they didn't understand the intensity Nigeria had. Is that something you agree with?
I think that's a very fair comment, and I think players know this feeling. It shouldn't have been a shock. We've seen what Nigeria had done in the group stages, how they had performed, how they were adaptable for every single game. They were able to be a front-footed, dynamic, direct side, but also a team that could be pragmatic and sit in a block and make it difficult for opposition. So yeah, they would have done their homework. They should have been alert to the threats and at the races, but for whatever reason we didn't see the energy and intensity of a team that wants to reach a quarter-final.
Did they look tired, England? Do they look tired?
I think the performance that they looked like they lacked energy, and I don't think they are tired. I think these are players that are in peak condition and shape, but obviously you've got one player in Keir Walsh that perhaps isn't 100%, obviously returning from an injury, but the rest of the team, I don't know if it was mental fatigue that they couldn't quite grapple the game and find the solutions and find the energy to solve those problems and come together and find a way to create really good chances. They didn't do that throughout the game.
Well, I think Millie Bright has won the toss. She's decided which end the penalties are going to be taken. The England team talk is over. The Nigerians have just finished theirs. This is 5 Live Sport in Brisbane, in Australia. A penalty shootout to decide if it will be England or Nigeria who will progress to the quarterfinals of this tournament. Karen Bardsley is alongside Vicky Sparks.
Deep breaths, everyone. Here we go in Brisbane. England, the reigning European champions. Huge favourites in this competition, given the other sides who have gone out. But are they to be the latest to fall? Nigeria, the record time African champions. Underdogs coming into this game, but who have been outstanding and who have been helped by that red card late in the second half for Lauren James. A moment of madness, standing on the back of Michelle Alozia. So England's had to get through extra time with 10 players. They now face a penalty shootout. Karen Bardsley is a former goalkeeper. What will be going through the minds of Mary Earps, the England number 1, and Chiamaka Nnadozie, the Nigeria number 1?
I think Mary Earps will obviously have the information. She will have been preparing for this. None of this will be a surprise to her. So at the minute, it's just about getting into that confident place. For her, it's about going through that routine. I don't know, I presume that she'll do some visualization techniques and things like that, but it's about, most importantly, getting yourself into the space that you believe in yourself the most, that you feel the most confident, but allowing it to be instinctual. That, I think, is the most important piece.
Well, Earps all in salmon pink, Nnadozie all in bright yellow, are there on the goal line, speaking to the referee, Melissa Borjas, who of course will be warning them that if they come off their line, VAR will be having a look. In terms of this tournament, Earps has faced 1 penalty. Last match against China, it was scored by Wang Shuang. Nnadozie has faced 1 penalty as well. Christine Sinclair, she's saved from one of the most experienced players in world football. Some of the Nigeria players in the centre circle are already on their knees. This is huge for them. They've never won a Women's World Cup knockout match. Can England avoid becoming the latest shock? They will take the first penalty, and it's Georgia Stanway, their regular penalty taker, who scored against Haiti in the opening game, but only after the penalty was retaken because the Haitian goalkeeper came off her line. Her first effort was saved. It's Stanway, who has been so reliable in general from the spot for England, up against Nnadozie, this first penalty of the shootout on 5 Live and the ABC. Nnadozie dances along her goal line. Stanway, central run-up, starting just inside the penalty area. The opening penalty of this shootout. England against Nigeria, live here from Brisbane Stadium. Stanway waits. The whistle goes. She still waits, Stanway. She's taking her time. Oh, it's wide! It's wide from Georgia Stanway, and England missed the first penalty of the shootout against Nigeria.
She waited. She tried to get herself into that confident place, and I think she may have overthought that one. Based on the fact that she had that previous penalty save against Haiti, I think she would have maybe put a bit too much on it, and it just went wide.
So stepping up now for Nigeria, the experienced Desire Oparanozie, her first appearance at this World Cup after recovering from injury. It's the 4th time she's played on this global stage. She places the ball on the spot. Mary Earps now with all the responsibility on her shoulders. Oparanozie stands, hands on hips. Earps is motionless on the goal line. It's Oparanozie, and she fires wide as well. Almost the identical penalty that Georgia Stanway took, wide of that left-hand post. And after a penalty apiece, neither have scored, and we are still all square in the penalty shootout.
Well, Vicky Sparks, I have to say, it was a very short, very central approach. Oparanozie really took her time in looking at, the keeper while she was making her approach, and she missed it. Wide left. And we're all square, aren't we?
Breathe again, listeners. Breathe again. Bethany England now takes the ball and places it on the spot for the Lionesses. The England flags are waving behind the goal. They're urging her on. Off the bench, like Oparanozie. Bethany England to give England the advantage in this penalty shootout against Nnadozie, the Nigeria number 1. It's Bethany England. Oh, it's brilliant. Down the middle, into the roof of the net. And England are off the mark in the penalty shootout against Nigeria.
And look how much it means to Beth England. She is hands over her head, screaming out. She's being welcomed back by Lucy Bronze and Jess Carter and embraced by the entire team. And what a banging penalty that was. Straight down the middle. Goalkeeper had dived to her left and already bypassed the ball.
High fives all around for Bethany England as Michelle Alozia steps up to get Nigeria back on level terms. It was she that Lauren James stood on deliberately, which led, after a VAR review, to that direct red card for James. Alozia, some boos and jeers from the England fans behind the goal, trying to put her off. Alozia against Earps, it's over the bar! It's into the England fans, who bounce up and down in delight behind the goal inside Brisbane Stadium. Nigeria have missed their opening 2 penalties, and it's advantage England in the penalty shootout.
And she shaped up, she was a left footer. And I was wondering if she was going to try and go across the goalkeeper. Mary Earps moves to her left, and Nnadozie just absolutely skies it. It's on its way to the moon, Vicky.
High fives between Mary Earps and Rachel Daly. She's been a striker, she's been a left back, she's been a left wing back at this tournament, and now she takes the responsibility from the spot. The WSL Golden Boot winner this season with Aston Villa. It's Rachel Daly up against Nnadozie. Central run up once more, the whistle goes, it's Daly. Oh, it's brilliant! Top corner, best penalty of the lot. She kisses that white wristband on her arm, and England score again. They lead by 2 penalties to 0 in the penalty shootout, having taken 1 more spot kick than Nigeria.
That's huge from Rachel Daly. She absolutely smacks it into the top corner. The goalkeeper's right. Absolutely no chance Nnadozie's going to get that. What a strike. And kissing the wristband for her dad. That's huge. That's going to mean so much for her.
A hugely emotional moment as she remembers her father, Rachel Daly. A huge moment for Rasheedat Ajibade, one of their best players at this tournament. Has to score or Nigeria are under real pressure. Ajibade up against Mary Earps, hands on her hips. It's another short run-up. It's Ajibade, and it's a great penalty. Earps went the right way, but it's low into the bottom corner. And after 3 penalties apiece, England lead by 2 penalties to 1 in the shootout. Karen Bardsley.
Oh, it's a lovely penalty from Ajibade. And Mary Earps, she stands and stands, and it's kind of lovely little dink on it from Ajibade, doesn't it? It just goes a little bit over Mary Earps, who dives to her left.
So now the responsibility falls to Alex Greenwood, set piece specialist, up against Chiamaka Nnadozie. It's Greenwood to once more pile the pressure on Nigeria in this penalty shootout. Greenwood, oh, it's great. It's low into the bottom corner. Nnadozie went the wrong way. And England are on the brink, somehow, of the quarterfinals.
Well, she did say before the game that she likes to go under the radar, and she sure did. I mean, that was a cool and calm penalty right into the corner of Alex Greenwood, right-hand side. What a beautiful penalty that was.
Nigeria have to score this penalty, or England are through to the quarterfinals. Christy Uchibi, who has been brilliant in this match, their midfielder, up against Mary Earps. They did it in the finalissima against Brazil, England. They won on penalties. Can they do it here at the Women's World Cup? It's Uchibi against Earps. Nigeria have to score or England are through. It's Uchibi, and she does score. It's a very calm penalty indeed. And England will have to win it on their own terms if we're not to progress further in this penalty shootout.
That was a very, very cool penalty from Uchibi, and yeah, I mean, that was right in the goalkeeper's left-hand side corner. But a lovely little handoff there from Mary Earps to give to Chloe Kelly. She can finish this off right.
Well, she scored the winning penalty in the finalissima against Brazil earlier this year at Wembley. She was the heroine in the European Championship final in extra time at Wembley. Can she be the heroine once more, Chloe Kelly, and send England through to the quarterfinals of the Women's World Cup? It's Kelly. It's brilliant. She's done it again. Chloe Kelly, the woman of the moment once more. And England have survived the almightiest scare at the Women's World Cup. The Lionesses are through to the quarterfinals. They knock out Nigeria, and there are sighs of relief and celebration all around Brisbane Stadium.
Honestly, Vicky, I feel like no one is more relieved than I am in the stadium right now. Like, oh, what a game that was. It's just the tables had turned. Nigeria did so well the entire game. And I mean, I really feel for Nnadozie, the goalkeeper there. 2 hands to the ball, but Chloe Kelly absolutely hit it with all her might, and boy, did it rattle the goal.
The biggest test of Sarina Wiegman's career has been passed with England. They are through to the quarterfinals against Nigeria.
Because they have beaten Nigeria 4-2 on penalties after it finished goalless after extra time. And I know you're really excited, Karen Bardsley, and I know you're relieved, but they absolutely didn't deserve that, did they?
No. I mean, you're right.
Let's be honest.
You're absolutely right. No, it wasn't England's best performance today. And I have to say, like I said, I'm so relieved that they have managed to get that over the line. And now it's going to be about regrouping, isn't it? Losing arguably the best player, Lauren James, to a sending off. And, you know, again, we were asking those questions. How is she going to be irreplaceable? Or how is Keira Walsh going to be irreplaceable? And, you know, we've seen the fact that Sarina Wiegman has got, at least she's been thinking about every single permutation that she could possibly face. And now it's giving Sarina the opportunity to kind of put things right and kind of see what we can come up with.
Anita Asante, I know we can hear strains of Sweet Caroline here in Brisbane. It was such a huge crowd as well for this match against Nigeria. What will Sarina Wiegman be thinking?
I think she'll be relieved. I think she'll be glad that they're progressing to the quarterfinals and that the players have risen, to the task. Because at the end of the day, tournament football presents you with lots of scenarios, and today they faced a penalty shootout. They wouldn't have wanted to necessarily get to that point, but they executed.
And Vicky, it's the fact that Everybody is happy, relieved right now from an England point of view, but it does again more questions than answers going into a quarter-final. One could be, why didn't Bethany England come on earlier?
There are, as you say, Jill, so many questions. And I mean, you can hear the celebrations around us in Brisbane Stadium. And this is a moment of celebration for the Lionesses. You know, going down to 10 players late on in the second half. They got through extra time. They got through the penalty shootout. But my word, was it by the skin of their teeth. And there, as you say, are so many questions, because essentially we've had at this tournament one brilliant performance against China. The rest of the performances have real question marks over this England team. However, as Lucy Bronze told us after the opening win against Haiti, it is not always about scoring 7 goals. It is about results in tournament football, and England, perhaps they were due one of these results. So often they go through because they played so well. They have gone through whilst playing very poorly today, but they've gone through, and that's the bottom line.
And they are in their huddle right now on the pitch in Brisbane. There are lots of hugs and celebrations, relief all round and fist pumps, and whatever Serena Wiegmann has said to those players, obviously they will now take that away as Mary Earps and Chloe Kelly go and give it the high fives and everything else to the crowd around them here in Brisbane. And hopefully we'll have some reaction here on 5 live from the tunnel with Gary Flintoff, hopefully talking to Serena Wiegmann and some of those winning penalty takers as well. Anita Asante, it doesn't gloss over this performance, that penalty shootout, and it certainly won't gloss over this result, what Lauren James did to in this match that got her the red card, that could potentially be more now than a one-match ban.
No, exactly. I think England will go back, they'll analyse the game. Hopefully there'll be some hard truths as well within the changing room, within those players, you know, making sure they're each other accountable, including that situation with Lauren James. You know, she will feel hopefully disappointed in her actions, because we know that she's better than that, and she'll learn from it. But yeah, England are very lucky to have progressed, I think, to the quarterfinals, and they definitely need to step up their performances if they want to get all the way to a final.
Is Vicky right? I know that she's standing right next to me, but to you, Anita, is Vicky right? England needed one of these performances.
Yeah, definitely. I think every team needs a test, and Nigeria definitely gave them one today. Another challenge, a team that could not be underestimated, and you cannot be complacent in any of these games, because every game is going to be tough. Everyone wants to reach knockout phases, and today, you know, England just were not at the races for whatever reason, but that's the assessment they'll have to make when they review the match and review how they move on from here.
And we talk about the context as well of this tournament, Jules. We have seen some almighty shocks. The USA gone via a penalty shootout against Sweden. Germany, runners-up in the European Championship final against England last summer, gone. Brazil, the reigning South American champions, gone. Spain is still in it. Canada, the reigning Olympic champions. Spain very much still in it. Got a quarter-final with the Netherlands coming. But we've lost some huge teams, and England have managed to not become the latest on that list.
And Karen Bardsley, just a word on Nigeria, because this tournament has been a success for them, and they were so close, albeit not in the penalty shootout, but to progressing through and causing another upset.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are a fantastic side, I have to be honest. Like, so much freedom in terms of, you know, allowing their front three to attack, and the interchanges between the wingers and the strikers, and even the midfielders, you know, moving out wide. And you could see that England really, really struggled to kind of cope with the fluidity of it, especially with, you know, the exposed wide spaces behind the back three for England. And I'll be honest, I think, yeah, I'm relieved that we managed to get through that, because I was wondering where the goals were going to come from, to be honest.
Well, the road to the final has just been displayed. I don't know whether that's a good thing or not, but on the big screen, England are on there on this half of the draw. And obviously, Anita, it is Colombia or Jamaica next for England. What could they expect from those teams?
I think they can expect more of the same. To be honest, we saw Colombia knocked out Germany probably one of the biggest shocks of the tournament. So they're definitely going to have to be astute to the threats. You know, they've got very creative attacking players, Caicedo, Ramirez, really good in transition, very aggressive in and out of possession. So whoever they faced, you've got Jamaica, who are really organised, really experienced players in the team as well. Bunny Shaw, who's always a problem. So they can't rest, you know, with this performance. They definitely need to step it up for the next game.
And it is just astounding how open this World Cup is. I think this really, out of all the tournaments we've had, is the tournament where you think you cannot call this, because coming into these knockout stages, England, everybody had made favourites, particularly after the USA went out. They've been brilliant against China. We thought, right, 3 at the back, they've changed formation. That's the missing piece. Now we'll see the England that we saw at the European Championships last summer. And then they scraped through by the narrowest of margins, as narrow as that ball over the line against the USA in the penalty shootout yesterday. And now it's wide open again.
Vicky, Karen, Anita, thank you. The England players have just walked around the pitch here in Brisbane, taking in the applause and the appreciation of the England fans who are still here as they leave the pitch, because they have beaten Nigeria, England to progress through to the last 8 by 4-2 on penalties after it finished goalless after extra time. Naga, hopefully you'll be hearing from some of the England players and Serena Wiegman as well in your programme, but I think it's time to go to you now.
He got to me is when I saw Chloe Kelly console the Nigerian goalkeeper, Chiamaka Nnadozie. Just, you know, she was inconsolable, desperate, you know, in tears, understandably, and just that camaraderie, that respect that the teams have for each other, that shines through in this competition, doesn't it?
I think it is, and it's the fact that Nigeria were the better team, and England know that this has probably been... Haiti were difficult when we saw Haiti in their opening match here, and it needed a set piece. It was a Georgia Stanway penalty that to defeat Haiti in the opening match. The competition is so good, and this tournament has given us so much so far, and so many stories as well, that England know that they got through this tie by the scruff of their neck.
Might be a good kick up the bum, mightn't it?
Might be, but it means we go again. The road trip continues. We're going to go back to Sydney, where England's quarter-final will take place against Colombia or Jamaica, and obviously we're going to bring you that on 5 Live. But the matches, they have been so intense and so good, and just want more of it.
Oh, look, if I'm going to lose half an hour of my programme, I'm happy to lose it to that. Listen, thank you all for your brilliant commentary and for taking us through it. And we, of course, will be with you as the road continues. Juliet Farrington there, presenting alongside Vicky Sparks and Karen Bardsley. We will continue to react to that penalty drama in Brisbane. England through, by the skin of their teeth. We've had that dramatic match between England and Nigeria. England getting through by the skin of their teeth, many are saying, on a penalty shootout. We're going to go to Gary Flintoff now, who's with Beth England, straight after that match. Gary, what a match.
Thank you, Naga. Yes, what a match we have. Bethany England stood right in front of me with a smile on her face. First of all, though, I'm sure you weren't smiling throughout the 120 minutes. I mean, Nigeria made it so difficult for you today.
Yeah, I thought they were very good. I think it's what we expected. They were always going to give us a tough game, and that's exactly what they brought. They brought energy, they brought tactical brilliance at times. I think they brought really good opportunities that made us really question ourselves, but ultimately we managed to keep the ball out of the net. That's the game. And yeah, even say down to 10, we managed to hold them off, and luckily we did the job in the penalty shootout.
How frustrating is it when you just can't get your game going and the other side are having the better of the game?
You know what, that's football. Sometimes you've just got to ride the storm. Sometimes you're not the better team on the day, although I thought we did actually play well. I think there was a lot of transitions, but they made it extremely tough for them, and I can't credit them enough for what they did. But ultimately it's down to the penalty shootout, and we got the better of them.
We'll get on to the penalty that you scored in just a minute. Obviously, Lauren James has been magnificent throughout this tournament. Have any of the players had chance to speak to her as of yet?
I personally haven't yet. I'm sure the girls have already been round her. Look, end of the day, we all know Lauren James is magic. She's our weapon, and it was a big loss for us. But ultimately, it's happened. We can't change that, and all we can do now is focus on going forward. And like I say, we've got an unbelievable squad, players that can fill in that role, and hopefully we'll still be able to see more of her shine in this tournament like she has been.
Well, hopefully she only gets the one game ban for the red card, but on to the penalties. First one didn't go in for England. I mean, how important was it that you scored yours?
Yeah, I think that was a very pressured moment, probably the most pressure I've ever had in my football career in a World Cup. But do you know what? I'm so proud that I managed to step up and get the job done for the team because we needed the goal. And yeah, I couldn't be prouder to have been able to do that.
Well done. How will you celebrate this evening? Or are you all shattered?
Yeah, I'm a bit tired now, I'm not going to lie, but it'll just be nice to just go back to the hotel, see our family, and back on a flight again tomorrow. It never ends. This is only half a job. There's still a long way to go yet, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
Many congratulations. You're through to the quarterfinals. Thank you for your time.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Let's go back over to Gary Flintoff, who's got Lauren Hemp with him. Hi, Gary.
Thank you, Naga. Yes, still down in the tunnel. Lauren Hemp has almost a grimace, but there's definitely a smile there. But, I mean, that was tough tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah, very tough. I mean, I'm over the moon. As much as it doesn't seem it right now, I'm absolutely knackered as well. But, yeah, obviously it's great to get the win and get our place in the quarterfinals. It's a very tough game. But, yeah, I feel like we dealt with it really well and obviously in the end was very composed to get the win.
Can I ask, all the big game experience that so many of the players have had in recent times, whether it be the Finalissima, whether it be the Euros, I mean, what does that give you mentally in terms of staying in the game when you know the opposition are playing so well against you?
I mean, I think from all the experiences we've faced, it gives us a lot of confidence. I mean, even going into that penalty shootout, you've got Chloe, who's scored in big games, who obviously scored in the Finalissima as well. So, like, there was no doubt in my mind that she wasn't going to go and score that. And obviously we've got Mary, who's a fantastic goalkeeper, week in, week out. She provides unbelievable saves. So I had full confidence in the team, and I feel like we were very composed going into that. So, yeah, I mean, it was still very nerve-wracking from the side. But yeah, I mean, we obviously got the job done, and I think with all them experiences, it just gives us confidence.
Has Chloe Kelly almost trademarked the big moment in an England shirt? I mean, she's always at the heart of it, always seems to be right at the end of things.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but yeah, I mean, she's unbelievable for us. Always comes up in the big moments, which is what you need. Yeah, she's a fantastic player to play with. I mean, I play with her at City, obviously, week in, week out. So, yeah, she always turns up in the big moments.
And can I just ask, if there was one thing today, obviously the red card for Lauren James, I'll obviously ask the manager about her thoughts on that, but how will the players respond to Lauren over the next few days?
I mean, it's things that happen in football. Obviously, it's not nice to see a red card, but I feel like going down to 10 players, we dealt with it really well. We were so composed, very resilient in not letting them score. I feel like we dealt with it really well. I mean, it's one of them things that happen in games. It's just very unfortunate, but yeah, we'll obviously get around Lauren James in the coming days, but it's important to keep her head up. Like, she's obviously still very young, as am I.
You are.
But yeah, I mean, it's things that happen in football.
Well done today. You played your part, and I'm betting you're going to sleep very well tonight.
I think I am as well. You probably won't hear from me until about midday tomorrow. Thank you.
Well done, Lauren. Thanks very much for your time.
But I want to get over to Gary, who's got Serena Wiegman, the England coach, straight after that match of England against Nigeria. Gary.
Thank you, Naga, and thank you for your time, Serena. I mean, your players have put everything on the line there. We'll get onto the performance in a moment, but how proud are you of them for getting through to the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I don't think I can be any more proud than I am right now. Very tough game with total different phases, with having a setback and then change mindset straight away and play with 10. Then going into the penalty shootout where we prepared for, of course, and then that execution, even though when G never misses one and then the other four go in. It's just unbelievable, and we just never give up, and we found a way, and I'm so proud of the team.
In terms of the red card for Lauren James, what did you make of it? Clearly, did you feel it was the right decision, and how do you manage Lauren moving forwards?
Well, I haven't seen it, and it doesn't matter if I think it's the right decision or not. The decision has been made, and I respect the referee. It was just a split second, and it's at the end of the game. People getting tired. She's a young player, and when you have not your emotion controlled for just a split second, then things can happen like this, and it's a very hard lesson to learn. But yeah, that happens, unfortunately, and of course she doesn't want to harm anyone.
In terms of the experience that your players have in recent years, whether it be the Euros, whether it be recently the Finalissima, is that what gives them the strength and the belief that even though the opposition are maybe having a better game at times, that they can stay in the game and they can get over the line?
Yeah, well, I think the game was equal. As we expected, Nigeria were very good organisation, very physical, very transitional and quick, and that's all what they showed too. And what they also did really well, they pressed a little high. We tried to get out of that press, and when we did, then they were really quick and very tough in the duels, and it was hard for us to switch the play too. So they did that really well. So that was equal. But of course, after Lauren James was sent off, then we went with 10 and we dropped deeper, not space, and they had to make the game, and that was harder for them, you could tell. So yeah, those are phases in the game we went through.
So when it comes to the penalty shootout, I know you're so meticulous in your planning. Is there a level of confidence going into that, or did you need that one from Bethany England to go in to then give you the confidence to go on and win it?
No, it starts with having confidence, and it starts with having a plan and with having trained on it and know what we are going to do, and that's what we had. We didn't just do that yesterday, that was over time. We already started that in April and last year at the Euros. So everyone knew what her task was, but this is the highest possible pressure you can take a penalty, and how we did that was really well. But we showed ourselves in the Finalissima already, so that gave confidence too. And besides that, every player had her own plan, and as a team we had a plan.
Well, teams that often do well in tournaments often find a way. Well done today. You'll sleep well tonight.
I'm not sure I'll sleep well tonight, but I'm very happy that we're through. Thank you.
Thanks for your time, Serena. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.